everything within our power to ensure that we can, in fact, have free and fair elections in Dominica.
Comes to kings and for our poor men, it's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a prime minister becomes a kidnapper, then one day he travel and you hear him missing. Guess what? Come in. Boom, boom, boom. Mama, yo. Loose me now.
At 11 past 1 o'clock, we have with us in the studio as well one of the leaders of this movement there and the leader of the Dominica Freedom Party, Bernardito. Bernard, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Thompson, and good afternoon to all the listeners, as you said, at home and abroad. We are here because these are important times, and this is the right time to be doing this. So we're excited to be here and to be joining hands with everybody out there. Let's hope for a successful event. We know how important this point in history is.
Yes, indeed. And what we're trying to do, of course, is to get the support of the public for the many events that are lined up, including a major rally on Thursday, the eve of the nominations. Right. Major rally in Roseau and other events that are taking place. We also need to have support just to really galvanize the efforts there against what is going on, against this particular announcement by the Prime Minister of Dominica. And so we'll be opening up the lines, of course, for your pledges and for your calls. We'll also be having discussions with different people at different times. And then we shall certainly be looking forward to that and definitely expecting all of our people to be a part of this afternoon. So Bernard, it's good as we start the conversation going there this afternoon, and as we of course wait on the others to join us. What's your take on this whole snap election affair?
Well, I think most thinking Dominicans, most reasonable Dominicans are shocked. Maybe dismayed is a better word at what has occurred here in the last few days. I mean, it's very clear that Sir Byron had laid out a plan, and we are privy to these documents, of course, that laid out a plan and an objective to finally make progress on electoral reform and create a playing field that at least was more reasonable, at least allowed a better chance of the opposition parties' policies and personalities to have an even play and in our election process. But the Prime Minister has chosen on a day when there were disasters in the country, which he should be attending to as our employee. On that day, he chose to focus and pivot to politics and make this all about him and his party and about ensuring that he once again oversees an election that we all view as rigged. Once again, he chose to jump the gun to prevent it would appear for all reasonable people that he's trying to jump the gun to have these elections, the snap elections, before these discussions can take place for electoral reform to occur. We view that as highly immoral. Not only immoral, we know he has the legal right to call these elections, but we view this as a gross neglect of duty, a gross neglect of being a decent, ethical leader. And it shows once again, the level of abuse that the Prime Minister feels that he is entitled to impose upon Dominicans. It's abuse. And like any abused woman or any abused person, there comes a time when you say enough is enough and you stand up against the abuser. And that's where we are today. We are fed up of it. We are no longer plan to play on the playing field or on the chessboard that he has defined to his advantage. We are turning this over. We're kicking that chessboard to the side finally, and we'll say no. We will not play this game anymore. We are changing the rules to fair rules, to decent rules, to reasonable rules, to rules that allow our authentic Dominican love and our authentic Dominican capability to create a fair, reasonable nation. That's the field that we want to play upon. And so this is it. We said this is the last straw. This is the last time. We will not validate this process anymore. We will not make this process be viewed by the listening public and Dominicans all over the world as the state of affairs. The longer we play in these rules, the longer we participate in these elections, is the more we validate. The more we validate that process. The more we validate that this is the way things are. It becomes normal. It normalizes it, and we cannot allow this in our country anymore. This is the last straw. If we allow this to become the normal, then we are slipping further into the abyss of democracy, which we may not recover from. And so we must take a stance. We are at the edge of the precipice, and we're saying we can't go over it, and together we're joining hands to prevent our island, our nation from sliding over that precipice. And that's where we are. This is what this moment in time is about. It's about preventing complete disaster. And we are united in that purpose.
Yes, indeed. And when you think about it, when you think about the fact that the Prime Minister, they had in fact time. I mean, there was no rush, really. We had another 2.5 years to go, really. And that early calling of the elections. And the question becomes, why the rush? Why not do the reform as was promised? And then, you do it that way. So it's very concerning on a lot of levels, the speed with which it was done, the fact that you still have so much further to go on your term and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, as we said, it's really about abuse, right? I mean, it's clear that this again is just taking advantage of the setup that he has put in place. It's clear that the Prime Minister had 2 years, perfectly reasonable time. One wonders whether there's not some sort of internal revolt against him as well, that he had to in fact try to box out, or in fact try to get rid of those folks who maybe were fed up with him themselves. That's speculation, but it certainly appears that the desperate way that the Prime Minister popped up on the scene and declared snap elections seems to be a cry of desperation. Either it's a cry of desperation against internal revolt, or a cry of desperation against electoral reform, or a cry against the building momentum that he sees the opposition mounting, and he sees the people responding to a message of progress, economic progress, hope, social justice, and that people are responding to that. People are very clear that they want change. They want new types of leadership. And I think he saw the psychological mood in the wind, and he decided that this is his last chance, his desperate attempt, his Hail Mary pass to the end zone to try to remain in power.
Yeah, and this is truly unfortunate. That is where we are in Dominica, when we should be talking about what should go into the legislation, what we'd be looking for. Then we have a completely different conversation. We are joined at this time as well by Paul Barron. Let me welcome you.
Hi, good afternoon, Sir Fountain, and also Bernard. It's a pleasure to be here on Q95. I believe in all cases that is truly a representation of the best interests of Dominica. Just to say, Mr. Fountain, I've always been a follower or fan of your work. Myself being a student of economics as well. And I also understand your position as it relates to Dominica and wanting having the best interests of the wide variety or the wider Dominican society, and also representing that part of that society who's often neglected. For want of a lesser term, we are referred to as opposition, but truly what we are, freedom fighters. So I'm really pleased to be here, and I look forward to contributing to the program.
Yeah, this is excellent, and of course the reason why we are here to our listeners is that, and then very soon we'll be opening up the lines for your contributions. We are looking to host this particular radiothon because there are several activities that are carried that we're trying to put in place over the coming weeks, basically to put up a stiff fight against this lack of electoral reform. And of course, that there are resources, persons to bring down, persons to be part of this. And so we'll be looking to our listeners in a little while, but we are just continuing here. We are just waiting for a few more of our support staff to come as well before we actually launch the ball. But in the meantime, we are discussing this very important issue of electoral reform. And Bernard, I'm just wondering, what do you think? Why do you think it is so difficult for the Prime Minister to agree to something that seems to be fairly simple?
Well, I mean, it is certainly it is. I always define it like asking asking a robber to give up his hood, his mask, his tools, his lock picks, and so forth. We are essentially asking Mr. Scary to dismantle the mechanisms that he has used to basically rig elections to his favor and to remain in power. I've always said I do not expect this prime minister to do anything that would endanger his ability to tilt the playing field way to his advantage. And so I really had no expectations or hope that this particular regime would implement electoral reform. So this is not a matter of the technical aspects of this. Dominica is a tiny country. Dominica is a small shop as far as nations go. If we wanted to implement reform, we could do this within weeks, within months. I mean, we rolled out the implementation of an e-passport, and the prime minister pushed it through and rammed it through and organized and had mobile units go all over the world to get Dominicans enrolled and to get them onto the e-passport. There's an open question why his push was so desperate for that. That's another conversation. But the point is, we have the organizational capacity. The government clearly has the organizational capacity to get new documents into the hands of Dominicans. And the fact that the prime minister stalls, drags, prevents, becomes an obstacle, finds every way to derail the process, tells us the true intent within his heart, within his mind. The true intent is to maintain this apparatus that he has carefully constructed as long as possible. There is no intention. It is clear to me that there is no intention of this prime minister. We are deluding ourselves if we think that somehow this gentleman is interested in implementing electoral reforms before he has the chance to get back into power, which is exactly what happened. I've been saying that for a long time, that this prime minister will call elections prior to any electoral reform. The approach by appointing Sir Byron to do this report was, in my mind, always was a ruse. It always was a distraction. It was also always a strategy to get the pressure off him by appointing this eminent jurist and saying, hey, we really are on the track this time to electoral reform. But it was very clear to me from the beginning that he would drag this report out as long as possible, which he has done, that he will call elections and implement elections and say, well, we can't do it now, we'll do it the next time, which is exactly what has happened. And so now he will call these elections, and then he will pivot back to the people and say, well, now we can do electoral reforms, because maybe he's on his way out. So, I mean, it's very clear to me what this strategy has been all along. And I think this calls for electoral reform. We have to keep doing them. We have to keep pushing them. But what we must realize is, one way or the other, we have to remove this obstacle to true electoral reforms in Dominica. When we become the government, in whatever fashion that happens, we will implement and we will design a free and fair system that all Dominicans can be proud of. In the meantime, we are where we are, and we have to fight the good fight to be innovative and creative. And how do we remove this dilemma that we confront?
And indeed, and Paul, I'm going to throw the same question to you. Why do you think something as simple as electoral reform, and that's at the heart of the electoral system, why do you think the Prime Minister is not doing this?
Well, I'd want to support Bernard's view on the fact that for a very long time, the conditions that exist, the enabling environments that exist, has been in favor of the ruling party, DLP. And these mechanisms have benefited them to a large extent. What has happened over the last 20 years has only been an opportunity to subdue whatever right or proper conditions that should exist for the benefit of the Dominican Labour Party. Ideally, if the electoral reform would, of course, make a freer, more just system that all political parties are able to participate and to do so across the board. Obviously, the Prime Minister does not want that. I have been fortunate enough, and I say fortunate, to have had the opportunity to participate in the electoral process for some 22 years now, and understanding the level of what I consider now to be a conflict that occurs between political parties. It has only been to the advantage of the DLP, of course, knowingly that the electoral reforms were necessary to create an even playing field for everyone. What transpired in the last couple of weeks leading up to now in respect to the snap election, I do believe that the report from Justice Byron would have committed or tasked the Dominican Labour Party for making changes, and those changes, of course, would not be to their advantage. And I believe as a result of that, they have rushed to the polls in an attempt to sort of boycott that reform. Interestingly, I've been speaking with a number of very key and what you consider to be as stalwarts, and they clearly, for them, in their humble view, see that something is fundamentally wrong, or the Prime Minister altogether is running away from something. So with reform, we can ensure that every political party has an opportunity to compete, to present to the populations their plan, their policies, and some of their stated intentions, and allow for the population to make the decision solely on that, and not with any form of election meddling, treating, and some of the things that transpire now in the political arena.
Yeah, it's very true, Paul. Very true. And but one thing I want to say about this is we are definitely pushing for electoral reform, and we want electoral reform to occur. It's very important. It's foundational. But we must always remember, and I think we all here in this room agree, that even beyond electoral reform, there's lots of work for us to do as opposition parties in defining our message, in appealing to the reasonableness of the Dominican people, in appealing to the Creole nature of Kudme, and working together and wanting and desiring, even though it's not present now. Our country is very tribalized, but I believe that deep down in the Dominican consciousness is a desire to get along with your neighbors in your villages, to get along well, and to work hard. And those are things that we must continually remind and present policies and proposals to the Dominican people that show that the opposition coalition forces are those folks who are after those values, who represent those values. And we have a lot of convincing to do. The Prime Minister has done a hatchet job over the past 20 plus years on the psychology of Dominicans. He makes them believe that he is the only one capable of leading this country. He has captured them in what I believe is a Stockholm syndrome situation. Where the captors identify now with the captor and supports the captor, and believe that their own welfare is tied to the success of the captor. And so there's a lot of work we have to do as a political party to rebuild a new consciousness in Dominicans with our messaging, with representing with integrity, and our personality, to understand that, in fact, Mr. Skerritt is not the only option. In fact, I would say he's the least viable option that we could have found to take our country forward. And so the true leaders of society are ready and willing to make the sacrifices we need to make so that we can redefine leadership in our country, so that we can redefine where we go with this country, so that we can get away from this frankly gangster mentality that the Prime Minister has brought into politics, brought into government. And we are now operating in this sort of gangster psychology. And we have to redefine that. We have to get back to serious people with serious integrity, people who can build teams, who can build coalitions of people, who can define and help every Dominican realize their own dreams, because that is what a government and leaders should be, to help people realize their dreams, not yours.
Yes, indeed. And it's 1:30 in the afternoon time. And if you're just joining us, We are just at the beginnings of a marathon. We'll be here until 6 o'clock. Basically, we are discussing the issue of electoral reform, but more importantly, we are seeking your support, the Dominican public, and those of you residing overseas, in helping us through that process, in enabling us to go through and to be able to really mobilize the people of Dominica on, in different forms, public meetings and rallies and different types of activities to show our disgust at what just transpired with the failure of this government to enact electoral reform. So we'll be opening up the lines in just a few moments, but let's take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have a lot more for you, but we certainly will be looking forward for your support this afternoon.
It's the story of your karma. King Bob reporting for duty. Because God is so silent, man taking full advantage. So now and then examples are sent to emphasize this message. As a man sows, shall he reap, whether or not he believes in it. Nobody can protect you when karma comes back to get you. All man like to do is wrong, abuse his power and his position until his karma comes around. Big man like Saddam, Chavez and Gaddafi, just be begging for mercy, crying like a baby. So all those who think they have power, karma coming. Any minute, any hour, karma coming. When you want to crush a position, karma coming. Today you want, tomorrow you don't, karma coming. Karma comes to kings and powerful men. It's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a prime minister becomes a kidnapper, then one day he travel and you hear him missing. Guess what? Karma coming. Boom, boom, boom. Mama, yo! Loose for now. Mama, yo! When you using your position to keep another person down or victimizing your fellow man just to please a politician, when you stealing your neighbor's things, you don't plant it, but you harvest it. You wondering how come you're stuck. It's karma and not bad luck. When you maintaining your position by supporting what is wrong, you will make money, yes, you will profit. But in the end, you can't go with it. Now you wondering, was it all worth it? So when you doing evil things, karma coming. And you thinking you escaping, karma coming. You win your case with the best fire, karma coming. No, for sure, it is not over, karma coming. Hey! Karma comes to kings, even the lowest of men. It's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a police officer brutalizing a protester, the day he take off that uniform that protected him, guess what? Karma coming. Boom, 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 boom. Right. doing wrong. You defend him, you even join him. You expect him to do good to you when bad is all he knows to do. So in all this evil going wrong, life holds one consolation. No one gets away with wrong. Nothing new under the sun. Men who chase after power and wealth, who think their gods unto themselves, when even the biggest of fools know that in this life, empty you come, you stay for a while and you better do what's right, cause you know it's empty you go. So tell the cops and the police, come in. Those who dispense selected justice, come in. Tell the bias president, come in. One day soon he stood with them, come in. Hey. Hammer comes to kings, popes and presidents, it's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt, so when a political party, through deceit and bribery, saying in power just to keep people suffering, guess what? Come in. All those who think they have power, come in. Any minute, any hour, come in. You win your case with the best lawyer, come in. No, for sure it is not over, come in. Karma comes to kings, even the lowest of men. It's a natural justice thing. Say what? Come in. Queen of Mama,
All right, welcome back. Coming indeed. It's 22 before the hour of 2 o'clock, and we are here in the studios of Q95, and we are doing this afternoon because we need your help. We need your support. We are in the middle of a very important time in the history, in the political history of this country, and we are facing a very daunting task there of pushing through electoral reform, and several activities are planned this coming week, and we are asking for your support. And to help us do that, we would like you, of course, to call in your support. Since this is a radiothon, we're going to give you the opportunity in just a little bit to call in your support. But additionally, you can send, you can go online to nidclif.org. That is NIDCLF, Nidclif, NIDCLF.org. And once you get in there, you'll see a donate button, and you'll be able to make your donations that way, especially if you're overseas and you want to donate. So please feel free to do that. You can, of course, go in and we'll be able to see your names and others who are making donations there this afternoon. But that's what we're about, getting your support financially, because it will take a lot to do the mobilization and to do the other things that are required. All right, so we are going to encourage you to do that for us this afternoon. It is 20 before the hour. It is 20 before the hour of 2 o'clock, and of course we are doing this here this afternoon because we believe in the cause. We believe that we have to do what we can to make sure that we get electoral reform in this country, and that's what we're all about. That's what we are pursuing.
More than electoral reform, I think we need to make sure we get rid of this government completely. Correct?
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so these are the numbers to call, of course, if you want to join us and just to vent, just to talk about your own concerns that you have about the lack of reforms. The numbers to call: 449-3095, 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097. You can also reach us on the DG line at 616-4257. And of course, if you're calling from overseas, you can reach us at 305-432-9624. That's 305-432-9624. 24. And of course, the lines are now open for your donations and for your pledges as we move along at 19 before the hour of 2 o'clock. We encourage you to support this effort, support this great events that we're going to be having in the coming weeks to make sure that electoral reform becomes a must here in Dominica. We cannot have elections in the absence of political reform, and that's what we have been talking about, electoral reform, talking about a clean voters list. And Bernard, also, I just wanted to toss it back to you whilst as we wait for callers to call our lines, the regular lines here on the studio, and also to go to nidclf.org, nidclf.org. That way you can make a donation to what we're trying to do. And what we're trying to do really is to organize, we have organized a series of events that are coming up in this week that we are going to be pursuing, a series of events that we're going to be doing to allow us to be able to really stand up firmly against this lack of reforms announced by the Prime Minister. All right, already we have a caller on the overseas line, so let's take this. Good afternoon to you. Caller, good afternoon.
Guys.
Yes, good afternoon.
I just want to call in my support, Jeffrey Brisbane out of Miami, and if you can announce that donation site again, please, I'd be very grateful. So have a nice day, and I wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, you very
Jeffrey.
much, Jeffrey. We appreciate your support. The website is NIDCLF. NIDCLF. Nidclef. NID. N like in Nancy, I like in Ireland, D like in Dominica, C like in Candy, L like in Luke, and F like in Fontaine. All right, so nidclif.org. Okay, that's where you want to go to make your donations, especially if you're overseas. And of course, we're taking more of your telephone calls as well. So feel free to call us on all these lines to make your pledges and show your support to the Patriots of Dominica as we continue, as we fight that good fight there in Dominica. And Bernard, we're about to talk about, what we are continuing to do and why this is so important. I mean, what is at stake really for us in Dominica if we do not get this particular, what we are asking for in terms of reforms?
Yes, I think what is at stake, and as I said, for reform, certainly that's part of it, but also what is at stake if we continue to persist with this government. The ultimate aim, and in the short term, is to replace this government. I think if we persist on the path of this government, in very precise terms, what we lose is the soul of our nation. Maybe even the very definition of the Dominican nation. Maybe even the psychological imagined community that we call Dominica could be at peril, because we see year after year that the Dominican character is changing, the Dominican nature is changing. Many of the young people have never experienced a Dominica that is free of this man at the helm who's created mayhem and division and discord and a psychological state of opportunism and connectionism and favoritism. Young Dominicans have not experienced anything beyond that. And what happens is, once this becomes normalized and the culture becomes normalized and he has set the agenda of what the culture should be, of course, tinted towards his particular value set, then we stand to lose the soul of what Dominica was. And I think this is probably the last stance to ensure that young people, even in older people and every Dominican, has a chance to fight for our psychological life. We are fighting for our psychological life here. We are fighting for what it is to be Dominican. We are at a pivotal defining moment when we have to ask ourselves, but what is a Dominican? And what is Dominica? And what is Dominica to be? Should Dominica become a gangster's paradise, or should Dominica become a respectable nation that can take its place at the table of humanity as a respectable nation that is progressive, a nation of people of African descent who can do it right, a nation who can be innovative and creative to create prosperity and to create opportunity and to create a legacy of excellence. That is the possibility that we have, because we know Dominicans are smart, they are capable, they are hardworking, they can be motivated, We have a wonderful, beautiful island, one of the most exotic and different and beautiful without compare. We have all these assets, and we have the people, we have the human capital to do it. What we need to have is the right leadership who can set the right emotional tones, the right psychological tones, demonstrate the right values to move our country into a different state. So really what is at stake is a battle for the soul of who we are as a people. And this is not rhetoric. This is not simply flowery words. This is the truth. What we become, who we are, what we do, how successful we are, how prosperous we are, is very dependent on our values. Think about it at a personal level. How successful you are depends on the values that you embody. If you embody hard work, honesty, integrity, taking calculated risks for reward, being innovative and creative, your life generates prosperity. Your life manifests prosperity. And the same thing applies at the macro level. If we as a nation demonstrate industriousness, honesty, trust, collaboration, teamwork, innovation, open to ideas, new ideas from the world, we can become a prosperous, industrious nation. And so even beyond winning an election, what this battle is about is finally to take the forces to the field to fight for the heart and soul of who we are as a people. That is what the battle that's being fought this time around. It's not about just who wins St. Joseph or who wins La Plaine. It's about who wins the definition of Dominica, who wins the definition of who we are as a people. That is what is at stake here in these elections. And that is why, because it is a battle of values, that we refuse to participate in these elections, to validate this election, to validate these ideas and these values that says that doing it this way is legitimate. We refuse to validate this anymore. We refuse to play on this chessboard anymore. We are kicking this chessboard down, and we're re-establishing one based on the values of how we define Dominica to be and Dominicanness to be. And that is what this value is. And so folks will say, well, how can you win if you do not participate? If you do not participate in this election, how can you remove him? Because we know that with this rigged system, with this short notice, what he's done, it is very difficult at this point to score an electoral victory. But that is not the only victory that matters in political affairs, and certainly not the only victory that matters in nation-building affairs. Winning the victory of the moral victory, the psychological victory, the emotional victory that says we are showing you the depths at which we can be sunk into loss of our democracy. By objecting and boycotting these elections, we can show you the depths of depravity that this government has engaged in. And we can score that moral victory, we can score the psychological victory, mobilize our people to force new elections here in the coming months, in the coming year, in the coming short term, so that we ensure that we mobilize ourselves to form the next government. If it takes a year, if it takes 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever it takes, we are determined that this time we will form the next government, legitimate elections, with legitimate elections, we will form the next government to take the definition of our country forward.
Yes, indeed. And we want to hear from you. If you're there, we need to hear from you. If you're around Roseau and you just want to support, you can always drop in at the studio of Q, as some folks have already started doing, to show their support, give their contributions. So if you're in and around Roseau, just drop into the studio of Q, and we certainly would welcome your donations that way. We have a few people who've already started doing that, and we encourage you to also to do it. And of course, on the phone, we would like to take your pledges as well. We're taking pledges on the telephone. The numbers to call: 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097. And we're also on the overseas line at 305-432-9624. So we certainly would like to hear from you at this time as we continue to build this momentum, to mobilize our people, to stand up. That's what we are doing effectively. And we have with us in studio Bernardito, the voice you've been hearing there, the leader of the Dominica Freedom Party, and we have also with us this afternoon Paul Barron, who is with us. We're expecting many more persons to come in, of course.
And Paul, of course, is with the Freedom Party.
With the Freedom Party.
He's a young man that has much promise, and we're looking to good things.
Excellent. It's a coalition of different interest groups as well, and different parties. So we have the United Workers' Party, we have the Dominica Freedom Party, we also have with us NJAM, and the different groups that are involved there, and we are expanding as well. We're going to be focused on the different groups, communities, the church groups, and other organizations. What we're building is a coalition that will stand against whatever it is that we see going on in this country. And as you wait for your calls, of course, we would like to encourage you to do that, to call us here, 449-3095, and we're going to take this call on the overseas line. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, Dr. Fontaine, what's going on?
All right, good, doing okay. How are you?
Good. This is Emmanuel Finn.
Hi, Doc. What's up?
Well, I'm listening to you guys,
All right.
Obviously, I'll be making my pledge. I just don't want to disclose how much I pledge.
All right.
So I'm making that. So good luck on all the endeavors, man. And because obviously we're the crisis here, we're the crossroads.
Yes, indeed.
So I hope you're taking all the necessary precautions here. With your safety, everything is hyped here, and there are some wild ones out there who you never know. So I thought I would say that publicly, but we're watching, and obviously we'll see how this goes. But I do think this time the gentleman bit of more than he could chew. I think this time, I think he'll get more than he bargained for. And even though this thing goes through, this guy will fall on his own sword, because this is just not. It may be legally right. I'm not a legal expert, but morally wrong, obviously.
Certainly.
And the whole world knows that. So, and I think all of Dominica knows that, but we know what the situation is. But we're watching, and obviously some of us who can help should help. I don't think this is the time to be on the sidelines at all, no matter what our differences are. I think this is the time. If you see, this is the time Dominica needs you. And some people may not want to get into the political fray, which I certainly understand and respect. But this is more than that. This is the for our country, right? So
yes, indeed. It's about what we do. It's about us taking action. It's about, and as you said, it's not just an individual thing. It's not just a party thing now. This is about country. And that's why we are saying that everybody should stand up, including from all political influences. They need to stand up.
Yeah, so whether you're in La Plaine or Laurent or London or Woodford Hill or California, wherever you are, I think you really cannot be on the sidelines anymore. And again, I understand your frustrations. You may be frustrated with the opposition for whatever reason or reasons, which I respect. But at this point, this is, I think we're at the edge of a precipice here, and I think we really have to, for the love of country. Okay, man, all the best. And
all right, thank you. And thank you for your support as well. Thank you for your financial support to the cause. Of course, that's the best way to show that you're very much committed to what it is that you're doing. Thank you, Dr. Finn. We appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. Take care.
All right. Have a great afternoon.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. All right. So somebody is saying that they're in Miami and they want to make their contribution. The way you do that is you go online at nidclf.org, NIDCLF.org. That's how you do it. And thank you very much for that support and that contribution. So persons are making the contributions via netclif.org. You can also do it by coming into our studios here. And you can also do that by calling and pledging your support. We need to hear from you. We want to hear from you on this Saturday afternoon. Show your support to the Patriots. Show your support to the coalition, because that's what we are fighting for. At the end of the day, it's going to benefit all of Dominica if we have clean elections, if we have elections that are free and fair, and basically may the best man win. And that's how it should be. All right. So we want to encourage you to pick up the phone and call us here on the queue lines, 449-3095. And of course, if you also want to make a contribution of air as well, you can also do that. So please call us here. We are waiting to hear from you. And Paul, as we continue here this afternoon, we're just within the first hour as well. We're going until 6 o'clock, and a lot of people have been saying, well, why not contest because you did it in the past and so on. What is the compelling argument about not continuing to participate in elections that are obviously flawed? Because we saw, for example, in 2019, you had elections, the Workers' Party, for example, took part in those elections, but it was completely flawed. And although it was pursued in the courts, every legal route was followed in the courts, yet we did not succeed.
Right. There are a number of mechanisms, as Bernard said, that continues to favor the ruling party, the Dominican Labour Party. It's on the basis that having been in power for so long, they have done what you can consider a fantastic job, or lack thereof, of organizing themselves and organizing various organizations to suit their own benefit. Basically, sort of forcing their will onto individuals. It is really no surprise that the Dominican Labour Party would seek to take Dominicans to the polls yet again, in an attempt to sort of starve off or withhold themselves from being held accountable, as far as the report from Justice Byron would suggest. What it means for Dominican, truly, and I like the point the caller made, on the basis that this election is truly a turning point in our political history in Dominica. And there are many stalwarts and individuals of interest who have gone before and have fought for democracy and fought for the freedom and the rights that our constitution so afford us. And we are seeing before very eyes that situation reoccurring, where Dominicans are now asked to truly consider the future of the island, to truly consider the management of the affairs of the public, and to make a decision as such. It is quite encouraging when I go through the island to hear even labor rights having serious concerns about the election that was called, in saying simply, we have just came from the polls. What could be so wrong? Another glaring point to note is the fact that so many candidates were changed. When you look at a government, you have to consider it as an organization. You have to consider it to a lesser extent as a business. What it means is that if you are not able to bring forward men and women who have the ability and the competencies to manage the affairs of the country, that you will continue to have this sort of overhaul. So the idea that the Dominican Labour Party is resetting the government is no real vantage point for them, because that was already undertaken in 2019, and we see now just 2 to 3 years after candidates have been overhauled again. It clearly says that there's something wrong with the organizations, and Dominicans need to understand that. Further to that, I do believe that people are waking up to begin to see the Labour Party for what it really is, and the leadership of the party, for that matter, in terms of this sort of power hunger agenda to serve the interests of the leadership, and of course that of particular interest groups. I've always maintained that Dominicans are truly a remarkable people. I often said I love every Dominican. I do not blame the population for participating, because the Dominican Labour Party had, of course, utilized and overutilized so many mechanisms to sort of force their will onto the population. But people need to wake up. The question remains: do you feel that you're better off at this point in our economic, social, and political history? And do you see that the current administration has the ability? And I'm not talking about houses, I'm not talking about roads, I'm not talking about public goods, because the Labour Party does likes to overemphasize the idea that they build roads, they build bridges, they invest in health, and they invest in education. This really is a job of the government, and it is not a selling point for campaigns and for the electoral meddling. If you build a bridge, you build a house, you build a road, that is a matter for the government to do to begin with. They often pursue this whole brick and mortar thing, whereby you put up a piece of concrete, tie a few ribbons on it, and beat your chest to say that you have done well. What we're concerned for in Dominica at this point in time is employment. Our unemployment rate is very high. It's near 40% in comparison to the population, and youth unemployment is significantly high among that. We're also very concerned that the small business community, entrepreneurship, people having skills and talents and wanting to invest and to create a good or service in order to take care of their families. Of course, agriculture cannot be left behind to any extent. A country which was given the abundance of land and water as a resource, it only means that we should not only feed ourselves, but produce sufficiently to trade with our regional partners. And these are some of the things, if not all, that the Labour Party has never taken time to consider, except to serve their own interests. And I frankly would know very much. I spent 20 years with the Dominica Labour Party. It is only after recognizing and in conversations with the Prime Minister, I recognized that he did not have the best interests of Dominicans at heart. And because of that, I took the stance for righteousness, for justice, and more importantly, for equality, to know that if I'm involved in an organization, that it has the interests of our Dominicans at heart. I'm from the Kalinago territory, Fountain. If you didn't know, I'm from Antrezo, which is on the outskirts, but my father was born in Bataka and I grew up in Antrezo. So I'm very much part of the community. I've worked there all my life, and so I understand the dynamics of the community. I do also know that as a people, we are seriously disadvantaged. I'm not sure if you've went up to the Kalinago territory in recent times, but there's nothing that you can point to that says that the government has had an impact in the community to any great extent. Our youth population is very large. It's about 40% as well of that population strata. And it means that there are a number of young persons who are jobless, who sometimes see themselves as being seriously disadvantaged and not being able to move forward. Bernard was very right to suggest that the leaders that Dominica needs, the people like you and I and Bernard, who understands how to manage resources, more importantly, and how to even be empathetic to the needs of, because many people think that when the Laborites and the candidates go, they're speaking to the population. The only thing that they're really concerned about is protecting their own selfish interests. And I can tell you that, I can attest to that. The population, the voters, the people who come to the polls are just a means to an end. And Dominicans need to understand that. If somebody truly values your life and values and respect you as an individual, you would have been far different today than you were 20 years ago.
Yes, indeed. And that's exactly where we are, and it's very important for us to remember that at the end of the day, it's all about the country. And when you see a government not working, as you said, in the best interest of the country, then it's only natural, as a person who values Dominique, as a patriotic Dominican, that you part ways with this government. Of course. And now for over 20-something years, we've had the Labour Party government that is clearly not working in the best interest of the people. So we are here this afternoon. This is a coalition of parties and groups that are interested in electoral reform, that are pushing the agenda of electoral reform. A major rally is being planned for Thursday on the Bayfront. Persons are encouraged to come out there in white. Thursday from 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There also will be public meetings and different activities taking place across the country. And in order for us to go through all of those activities, we are asking for your support, and we are asking you to call in to the station. We also would like to hear from you. Dominicans, this is about your country, your future. We would certainly would like to hear from you. The number to call 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097. And of course, on the DG line, 616-4257. Of course, call and make your pledges as well if you would like to do that. In a short while, we'll give you a number to call as well. That is not necessarily online. If you would like to just call quietly and make your pledge, we'll give you that number shortly. But in the meantime, we're encouraging you to take the telephones. And of course, if you're overseas, the easiest way to make your contribution is to do it via NIDCLEF, NIDCLF.org, NIDCLF.org. Go in there. As soon as you enter, you will see this big donate button. So please support our efforts as we continue here on the big station at 6 before the hour of 2 o'clock. It's a Saturday afternoon. Of course, if you are around Roseau this afternoon, you can always drop in and leave your pledges here with us at the Q95 studios, which is right across from the tobacco factory there in Roseau, Dominica, right in the middle of Roseau. So before you go back up to the countryside this afternoon, please stop by and make your contributions to this cause, because that's what we're doing. We are encouraging you to support those efforts as we continue along this afternoon. And Bernard, it is very interesting as we are within the first hour, just past the first hour. We are also expecting others to join us, like we have Moon Sewe and different groups that have signed up to this particular choice that we are making. And the whole idea is to stand, is not just to accept that the prime minister can do as he wishes. I think it is so important for people to understand that this is a right that they enjoy under the Constitution, the right for peaceful protest, the right to really show your dissatisfaction with whatever it is that is coming from your government. Because after all, the government is supposed to be sensitive to the voices and the needs of its people. And where we don't have that, then I think it's important for us to actually be able to do as we wish in that sense, do the protests, come out there in our numbers and show unity of purpose. And that's what we're asking for.
Yes, most definitely. And I will comment on that. There are a couple of things Paul said that I want to jump on a little bit and talk about it, because it's an important point in terms of the churn that occurs in the DLP every few years, right? And it does show a lack of the ability of the current prime minister to build teams. Those folks who he recruits and brings into, he has no interest in building them into a coherent, functional team.
Yes, indeed. All right, let's take this local call. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. All right, let's try this again. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. You are live here.
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Is Thompson Fountain in Dominica?
Yes, this is Thompson speaking. Yes.
Oh, all right. Thank you. Praise God for that. All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Some
Thank you.
blessings
Thank
there,
you.
Fountain.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. Thank you for the support. We certainly appreciate it. It is 9 going down past the hour of 2 o'clock, and we are taking pledges. We're taking your pledges. All right. And the pledges, this is a Radiothon. We're going up until 6 o'clock this evening, but do not wait to be among the first to pledge your support. We have persons who have walked into the studio to contribute and show their support and love for what it is that we're doing. We know that there are people going on the website at nidcliff.org and making those contributions. It's very important that you do so. And of course, if you are here locally in Dominica, we would like to hear from you. If you're overseas, you just show your support to us as well by calling us here on the overseas number 305-432-9624. Several of us as well are hooked on online. We are seeing social media is buzzing. Many persons are on there and giving comments about the way they feel as well about electoral reform. And that's what it's all about. We want to hear from you. If you feel very strongly about electoral reform, we also would like to hear from you. And also, we'd like to hear about what you feel about the decision by the political parties not to participate in this election. So we want to hear from you. All of that is happening here at 10 past 0 of 2 o'clock. This is the Coalition for Electoral Reform, or the Electoral Reform Coalition. As we continue along this afternoon, we have in studio, and many persons have been asking online, who are the people in studio? Again, We have Mr. Paul Barron from the Kalinago territory, and Mr. Bernardito, who is in fact the leader of the Dominica Freedom Party, who is with us here in studios this afternoon. Of course, I'm here representing the United Workers' Party, and it's a combination. We're expecting others to come in as well. I know it's Saturday, a lot of people have different things to do, but we expect as the afternoon goes on, more persons to come into the studio, more of you to call in your support. But we are moving along here this afternoon. We certainly would like to encourage you to do your part in this. We are trying to mobilize the people to various activities, but without the finances, without resources, we cannot do this. And that's why we're here this afternoon asking for your support. All right, as we move along, either Bernard or Paul, you
Well,
can chime in.
I was
Mhm.
just talking about the lack of the ability of this prime minister as the leader of the government and the leader of his party to build effective teams. You do not churn teams out every 2 years, 1.5 years. If you truly have identified the most competent people, groom them, develop them, given them responsibilities, respected the decisions, allow their human capital to grow, the organizational capacity, their ability to be effective leaders in a team. If you are truly doing that and spending the time and investing in developing these people and developing the organization, then you do not cast out your entire leadership team every 2 years. That means you are completely not invested in building any sort of team, invest in any sort of capital, human capital, management capital, authority, delegating of authority into those folks. It's very, very clear that Mr. Skerritt views all of the members of his party, essentially, not only his government, as pawns, and he is the only supreme leader, that everyone else is disposable and irrelevant. And what sort of country would we be if we were to embrace this idea? What sort of country would we be if we are to embrace this idea of the supreme gang leader who can dispose of anyone in his gang at will? This is not the sort of values that we want represented in our system. For example, if we're developing a team, we have a collaborative team as part of this coalition government, with people are respected and people are developed and given responsibility and authority to function, to add to the greater good, so that as a team we are a highly effective super organism. But Mr. Skerritt has a fundamentally different idea. He alone has the good ideas. He alone is capable. He alone wields the power. Whereas you should have an empowered team that can have the best ideas, who can check each other's bad ideas, who can fill in for each other's blind spots, and together be much more effective in executing a plan and policies for our country. And so this churn that the prime minister shows of his team clearly demonstrates that there is no team there, that there is no value. He does not value building relationships with his team. He does not value developing their competency, nor the autonomy, nor does he respect their decision making. And that is not the set of values that we need to develop this country. A developing country, as you well know, Thompson, as an economist, and is working in developing countries, and I also have background in development economics. It's a hard job. If it was an easy job, it would be done very quickly by all nations. It's a hard, complex job. It takes a lot of intelligence. It takes a lot of understanding. It takes a lot of not just economic understanding, social and political understanding. And you need a team of empowered individuals to do so, which is what we as a coalition group is trying to advocate for. But clearly, Mr. Skerritt demonstrates that he does not have those values. He builds no teams. Only he has the ideas, and most of his ideas have been proven and shown to be wrong. In fact, ineffective or non-existent, because simply the economy has not moved. We have not moved an iota from a third world nation to a country on the verge of becoming a developed nation. And I'm convinced that this team, which is advocating for leadership and removing and replacing, could do so. So clearly he is demonstrating with this move of dismissing all the members of his inner circle, the characteristics that make him unable and unfit to take the country to the next level.
I just wanted to add, Fountain and Bernard as well. Dominicans need to understand that the situation that we're faced with is nothing less than a push to dictatorship and a dangerous road to communism. We have had in the past the experiences of leaders who sought to go down that path. What has transpired in the Dominican Labour Party is one where you see that it is, and I don't believe it will be achieved. But it was done so with no blood, so to speak, or no sort of uproar or civil unrest. Dominicans are extremely quiet about the matter. That does not mean that they're not concerned. I do believe what they need essentially is individuals like ourselves who champion the cause and the rights of our people. The Dominican Labour Party in 2013 or such, 2013 or 2014 thereon, took the decision, and I recall being at that meeting at the time, took the decision, or a resolution was passed for that matter, to give the leader of the party the sole responsibility and to choose candidates. What it meant that is it took the power away from the constituency association and essentially took the power away from the people to choose a leader that they saw them, or that they could believe in, who could achieve the task and the job of developing the various constituencies. So it is no longer a matter of Dominicans choosing their leaders. For example, the slate of candidates that are being advertised for the Dominican Labour Party is not a choice that was made by Dominicans, even Labourites for that matter. That choice wasn't made by Labourites. That choice was made by the leader of the party, who feels it has been his only responsibility, as if it almost appears that he is the only intelligent mind in the Dominican Labour Party to choose candidates. And so, because of that, you have a selection of candidates who are being presented, but who he considers being winnable. And with almost certainty, will lose their jobs in the next 2 to 3 years altogether. And we keep repeating the cycle. So, what we have in essence is a broken and fragmented organization which is not capable of achieving the job of managing the affairs of the public. And it is high time that Dominicans wake up to realize that.
Yes, indeed. This is very well said. And it is 18 past 0 of 2 o'clock. We are asking again that you can call us 449-3095, 449-3096, 3097. Our lines are definitely open for your support and also for your contributions. As it is this afternoon, we are in fact asking for your contributions to help support the move, as we have various activities planned that are taking place. But we have a question coming from one of our viewers online, and the question is, what happens? The person was wanting to know, what is the difference if no opposition parties take part, as is the case, but if, on the other hand, independent candidates does? Now, that's a very important question that you need to understand. So let's assume right now, as we know, the opposition parties have decided not to take part in this election. So if on next Friday, which is nomination day, that there are no independent candidates, if there are no independent candidates and no opposition parties, and the only persons nominated are the members of the Dominican Labour Party, then you'll have a new government in place next Friday. Okay, according to the rules, according to the laws of Dominica, the election laws, if there is no one opposed to a particular candidate, then the returning officer has to declare this individual as the winner. So if that happens in all 21 constituencies, or even in 11 constituencies, then you have a new government next week, Friday. The role of the independent candidates is that, and the question was, what happens if they're independent candidates? Well, with independent candidates, then it forces the elections to go through on the 6th of December. So if there is 2 or more individuals in a particular constituency, then those have to be moved forward for voting in a general election. So that's the situation that we are faced with currently. And of course, given the background or given the break from voting this year, there's a likelihood that you could have a government in place actually as early as next week Friday, which means there will be no general election on the 20th, just that the new government on the 6th, on the 6th of December. All right, so that's to answer the question that was being asked there online. And as we see more and more persons are coming online, and so too more people are coming out from the garden, coming out from the market, coming out from Roseau, and they're settling in. We expect a lot more of your contributions, of your calls there, and also our own group as well. We're expecting more to come in to the studio as we move along. But for now, we have with us Mr. Paul Barron and Mr. Bernard Ito, as well as myself, Thompson Fontaine, as we move along here on this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break with some more music, and when we come back, we'll have a lot more to talk about. But in the meantime, you can continue to give your pledges. Of course, the main portal there is Nidcliffe, NIDCLF, .org, nidclf.org, and you can give your contributions to us here as we continue to build this formidable coalition in opposition to elections. Elections being held without electoral reform. We are saying that it is critical to have those reforms, a clean list, clean voters list, voters ID. And so, in fact, when we come back, we'll talk about what we mean by electoral reform with our guests there. But in the meantime, we'll take a quick break with the Mighty Dice.
Mama, mama, yeah. Give me that. Mama, dance again. Mama, yeah. Oh, I. Dance again. Change is a phenomenon. Comes with the rising sun. If you don't ride that way is gonna ride all over you. And leaders should pay attention to this fundamental principle. Is only the truth that always remains unchanged. If you lead by example, you can change the people. If not, people will change and stop following you. There's always another aspiring leader waiting to take over. And sooner or later, I see change coming for sure. When government gets smarter than the unemployed young people round the corner. When government counterproductive of what their citizens are trying to achieve. When one's a alone are rising and the others just scraping up and leaving. Whoa, it's nothing strange. It's time for change. Mama, whoa, give me that. Mama, whoa. When change declares its day, who can stand in its way? What once seems impossible now becomes inevitable. When school leavers can't find work and citizens are losing hope, people from all sides begging for a better life. Then out of that darkness, there comes a light, a consciousness where people could now unite. Many can feel it, though they are afraid to say they longing for the day. And from this silent protest, I see change heading away. When young man and woman in their 20s don't know what it's like to earn a salary. When voters in their constituency losing their homes while leaders spilling to and free. When in a land of soil and water, any government abandons agriculture. Whoa, it's nothing strange. It's time for change. Mama, whoa, whoa, give me that. Wake up, everyone. It's a movement of inclusion. There's no cause to resist. We can do much better than this. When leaders can no longer hear the people's cry, they will never understand change, where it comes from and when or why. Change always favors the disadvantaged. It's a war that is never waged. Sovereign people always looking to that great liberation, especially when they know the best is yet to come. When law and order out of order, and the citizens lost confidence in the police. When grieving parents and victims of crime crying out, but cannot get no justice. When corruption grows from the very top, and the masses feel that they have had enough. Whoa, it's nothing strange. It's time for change. Mama, oh, Mama, wait. Give it up, give it up, give it up. Mama, oh, yes, again. Mama, oh, I.
Yes, indeed. And our thanks there to the man and eyes, as he no doubt saying it clearly and effectively there. Time for change, time for change. And that's what we are in fact pushing and requesting and asking for as we move along. So let's take another more, some more rather, of dice, and we'll be right back with your calls. We'll be back as well with we have monitoring very closely online. Several persons are there keeping us company, and of course the contribution lines through NetClef. What we're trying to do really is to raise some funds, some resources to mobilize the people of Dominica to stand firm, stand strong against the lack of reform. Now is the time. Now is the time to do so. Now is the time to stand strong, to stand firm as we move along here this day. It's really important for us to do that, and then to just really do what we can to make sure that we get the reform that we're seeking.
Dominica, getting harder and harder. And if you can survive here, you can make it anywhere. When your own government will not help you, financial institutions don't care about you. As a young singer and a struggling man, I really fall in here with my homeland. Oh, imagine me as a singer in my Dominica on my own. So getting concession while me as a young man on my own. All politicians doing the same thing. It's money foreign man and then they help me. With nowhere to turn, struggling alone. Youth with frustration, it's gangs of migration. What you expect young people to do when the system lead them on their own? For the foreign man, they always help me. But the country is heaven. Once you plant the seed, we just have to work it. With help, we can make it. When hurricane come, farmers come to run. When government lead them on their own.
Welcome back. It's 27 weeks going up before they were 3 o'clock. And let me just say a very special thanks to those of you, especially online. We have several of you, scores of you online. And I'm just been following the conversation and thanking you. Someone says that independent candidates are very selfish for not thinking of the country, but their own ego. Of course, there's been a lot of talk about independent candidates in this election. So they that's very important. We are getting. I'm just going to read some of the information that we are getting there online. One person says that lots of those dressed in red and going to the rallies does not mean that they are with him. Lots of laborites will be happy when he is gone. And then someone else says, well said. Another person, Michael, independent candidates are very selfish, not thinking of country, but their own ego. He also goes on to say, what can one or two independent candidates do for a country when Skerrit still forms the majority? And then we have Carol indicating, of course, giving the website, neatcliff.org for online contributions, saying, I was just about to ask someone to post it. Peter says, people of Dominica need to open their eyes and stand up for democracy and remove the dictator that we have in Dominica come December 6th. Carol says, if they take that approach, then Dominica will never get what is now being fought for. I say that is a great effort. If all heads are together, it can be done. And this one says, how can one have Skerrit back in office when it does not have love for humanity? The proof is Cassie Bruce and Petit Soufriere and the wider East. And in case you're listening and wondering what happened in these areas, of course, we had this very disastrous event, natural event that took place in the Cassie Bruce area. And quite a lot of devastation and destruction there. And people felt that at least whatever should have been done could have been set aside, that it was not right for the prime minister at this time to announce elections, given what was going on. And what's your view on that? What's your take on
I
that?
want to support the individuals that are saying that, and that is a sentiment that is coming out and being echoed from the population at this time. What it shows clearly is that the prime minister is not concerned to any great extent of the well-being and welfare of Dominicans. That disaster could have also occurred in any other part of the island had we experienced heavy rainfalls as the East did. And while those persons grapple with an almost near Hurricane Maria experience, he runs around the country making blind promises and presenting candidates with the hope of winning the general elections come December 6th. If he was seriously concerned about these people, a matter such as that, it could have been put on hold. In fact, if anything else, it would have shown some level of strength. But what it shows is this selfish interest for wanting to win elections and to retain power. I believe generally Dominicans are waking up, and one of the comments made by the one of the persons on Facebook is that many of those persons follow the Labour Party, but are not in support of the leadership of the party, and that is very true. In fact, what is happening is once this, and let's say this goes through, the elections is called and run. It will not be a victory for the Dominican Labour Party, because Barbados had a similar experience where they had gone to the polls much sooner and than constitutionally do. But what actually happened, in fact, is that very few or lesser persons turn up to the poll. And unless you cannot convince people, Fountain, that you are the ideal or the most ideal candidate or the most ideal government, it really is a defeat for you. And if you ask me, I know the leadership of the party is aware of that. They just cannot postpone it any further. But Labour Party is quickly declining, and every party has its lifespan. And the DLP, however they seek to show strength, really is at a diminishing point of return. Something to consider as well is that the overhauling of candidates every 2 to 3 years or every 4 years, if you want to put it at that, what it means is that the departure of the senior ministers, and you have to understand that a government always requires a degree of seniority, and also politics is something of experience. Bosso is just joining us, so he will know exactly what it means when you have to be an experienced individual in politics. So with the departure of the senior ministers, and I will not make mention of their names there because we are all aware of who were the most senior government officials in this administration, does not show that the current setup or the makeup of the party, it doesn't show any degree of strength, because you have a lot of persons who are now for the first time getting involved in politics and getting exposed to the electoral process, having to give direction to Dominicans in their various constituency. You don't become a politician overnight, Mr. Fountain, and I'm sure you'll agree with me. You cannot become a politician overnight, let alone the senior or most senior or highest public officer in the land, which is as a minister of cabinet or a parliamentary representative. So I believe Dominicans need to understand that. But definitely, the Labour Party is not where it was 5 years ago or even 10 years ago, quite frankly. And however much they want to celebrate that as a victory for them, it really isn't. And it just shows a great sign of weakness. And it helps, of course, serve as an encouragement for the coalition of leaders and persons and interest group and parties who are seeking to transform Dominica and to change the political landscape in Dominica.
Yes, indeed. And let me say good afternoon. We are joined as well by Johnson Boston and Bosso. Of course, it's good to have you. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Thompson. And I've been listening on my way up, and I know it's a lot of movement, a lot of, up and down. And it is a work in progress, what we're doing, because we're doing it for the good of our country and our people. And of course, every Dominican at home and abroad, whether you support the UWP, the Freedom Party, the Labour Party, or you have no party at all, what must come first for you is your patriotism as a citizen of the Commonwealth of Dominica. That must come first for you, because party comes and party goes. And there are many countries where parties were formed and disappear. And it will happen in our lifetime and after us. It will happen. That's what democracy provides. But at the end of the day, your country remains. And we have to allow common sense to prevail. And when you're given an opportunity to govern, it is not to govern for yourself, because every citizen in a country will respect the government, but may not support the party of the government, because the government is a system, a machinery of leadership of all the people. That's what government is about, a system that governs the country where all citizens must be treated fairly, must be treated equally, must be given the opportunity to thrive in their country. That's what a country is about. You may not support the policies of the government or the party that's from the government, but the government and the machinery of government is what civilized people, respect to govern them. So the government itself must govern properly in the interest of the people, and leaders in government must be focused on the kind of nation that they want to build. So when you leave government, either retired or the people vote you out because it's a democracy, there'll be election and people will decide who they want to represent them for any given 5 years. Then you can look back at your legacy and say, this is my contribution that I brought my country to that level. But if you're government and you feel your first objective is to destroy the institutions of government, to destroy democracy, then you're really destroying a nation. And if you feel that you should not focus on building an economy for business to thrive, for young people to be innovative and grow so they can become independent, and you take away that opportunity from them and you provide a handout to them, one may celebrate and happy they get a handout, but it's a handout giving you a solid future because the person who's giving you the handout is not all in himself a messiah for life. He can resign, he can finish with that, he can die. And what happens to you and your children? So this is why creating jobs and giving opportunity to work is what serious politicians and people in any country will focus on. We see the example of the houses, where people are given houses. We have no issue on that because government always provides support to those who cannot support themselves. You can't leave your citizens astray in the street if they cannot help themselves. But when you provide the houses, you give it to them in a way of a revolving fund where they pay something every month because you come to the house. Before you come to that house, where were you?
Exactly.
You were renting. So if you're paying $600 a month, we say to you, pay free. That go into a revolving fund that other houses can build for other people, and you get your title for your house, which is yours. You can do anything with it to improve yourself and that of your family. I was speaking to a few people today, and they were saying, one guy was saying to me, he worked for the government, and he go to Treasury every off and on to get $3,000 they're owing him, and he cannot get it. And you know, when you're broke and somebody owe you, and you're really broke, you really want that money. So you get frustrated when you get and tell you it is not ready. But how long it takes before it gets ready? He said, what is paining him now, what is really hurting him is the fact that he's saying now the government into the Labour Party have money spending to pay people to put up flags and posters. And they're all even getting upset when they're not paid enough. Because one guy was talking about why is $200 he get? Now, the last election, they gave you the money in your hand because it was a little bigger to give. Now they're giving you $200. So all envelopes in Dominica was have sold out. Because now they did envelope to put it in it to give it to you. So that nobody sees it
to conceal the amount.
To conceal the amount. So this kind of disorder in a country is what we are talking about. Now, there was a foolishness spoken by Tiani, and I want to refute that, where parties have done it before, call election prematurely. The Freedom Party served in government, and Eugenia Charles dissolved the House when she was Prime Minister, almost exactly of the date of the election, on the constitutional date of the election, for the last 15 years in government. The UWP were in government after 4.5 years. They call an election. It's since Scarlett became Prime Minister that we have seen he take a whole year or more and call a snap election. This time he have 2.5 years that he can go on and so forth, and he called the election. Now we are saying he may have his rights under the Constitution, but I was giving somebody this morning an analogy, and I'm saying you have a son. Take the call, yes.
Yes, let's take this caller there, and we'll be like, of course, good afternoon. Let's try this again. Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Fontaine.
Good afternoon, welcome.
Yes, I am Master Ledger, and I am from La Plaine, but I live in Guadeloupe.
Okay.
I only pledge $120.
All right, thank you.
I'll make way to get it rich in the office for this week. Come.
Okay, the name is Maslin. Sorry, what's the name?
Sorry?
You said the name is Maslin.
I am from La Plaine, Bally's Hill.
And your
My
name?
nickname is Pepsi.
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 Okay.
And then I will send it down. I'll get somebody and send it down to the office.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate this. Thanks for your support.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you
have a
so
great
much. All right. Thanks a lot. All right. Thank you. And in fact, we've been getting some donations all afternoon long via Nitcliff. We will, before the end of the afternoon, we will be able to tell you what that is. We have right now a number of persons with us online, a very active conversation going on there online, and you can make your contributions that way. It's nidclf.org, nidclf.org, a very easy way to donate to the cause, donate to the Patriots as we continue to stand up and stand firm for electoral reform. We have another caller on the line. Good afternoon, caller.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. You're on live on the big station? Okay, you're listening to your radio. You could listen to me. You're on, you're live. Yes, caller, go ahead, please.
Yeah. I'm calling I'm making $100 donation.
Okay, thank you.
$100.
All right, and your name, please?
My name is Holde and I'm from Granby.
Okay, whole day from Granby. Can you also give us a telephone number? Or if you don't want,
Where should I deliver the money?
Sorry?
Where should I bring the money?
You can deliver it at the Q station.
Okay, no problem. I'll bring the Monday.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your support. Okay, thank you very much. And just as we thought, people were out in the fields, they were out around. Now that they're coming home, they are just joining us, and we thank you so much. We want you to call in your support, call in your pledges, because there were lots of activities on the way that we're planning to stand up for electoral reform. So we want to hear from you this afternoon. We're here until 6 o'clock, but do not wait until the last hour. We would love to hear from you, and we'll in the next few minutes, as we continue with Johnson Boston, who has just joined us, we will then take some more of your calls, as well as go back to online and bring you some more of the messages that's coming across. Yes, Boston.
Yes, I want to thank those who just called to pledge and those who have already pledged, both online and those who came in. Yeah, take it.
All right, we are going to give priority to the calls, of course, as we go along. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for calling.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Michael Cooper speaking. Also, good afternoon to you, and good afternoon to those in the house.
Good
I
afternoon.
am pledging $100 for integrity, for justice, for law and order, and for the interest of saving Dominica for our children. $100.
Okay, thank you.
And I will give it to Bosso.
All right, excellent. All right, thank you very much, Kopel. We appreciate this. Thanks
You're welcome.
for standing. You're one of the stronger patriots in this land, and we appreciate your support, appreciate your help this afternoon as we continue to build this momentum, because we have to stand. A huge rally, as I said, planned for this Thursday on the eve of nomination from 3 p.m. until, so you want to be a part of that as well, make sure to attend. But in the meantime, we're encouraging you to throw your support and give us the help that you can.
Yes, so I was saying I thank those who have already contributed, those both by calling. I just heard Kopel a while ago. And of course, those of you online, those who have walked up the step of Q95 to make the pledge, to make the contribution. And as Thompson says, as we speak here and the phone lines light up, we'll give priority to that. So you should keep on calling and pledge. We thank you for your pledge. Those of you who are organizing to call to pledge, we're waiting on you, and we thank you in advance. And of course, I was saying though, that these people are saying that they're saying now going to Treasury for what they work for as government, to the government, they can't get, and they're seeing everybody now, now cursing and fighting and pushing to get money. Yesterday in Roseau, somebody said that it looked like Labour is running against themselves because they're out there putting posters and they're looking for attention, those who the Labour Party, and even while they're talking in their meetings, they throw dirty words at other people who have not provoke them who are just doing their duties as citizens of the country and so on, under the law. So the law of Dominica gave us, the laws of Dominica gave us as a people the right to demonstrate, the right to come out and show our support to those who are organizing against what is wrong, and to demonstrate to the authorities who are doing the wrong to us that we will not stand for it. I was going to make the point that I was saying to a guy this morning. It's like you have a son, you're his father. But because you're his father, you have a right to discipline him. So you will come and you will slap him in his face, left, right, and center. Buzz his face and buzz his nose and say, well, I'm your father, so I'm going to discipline you. Obviously, the boy may, lose his cool at this moment and react. So you have to, as a prime minister, so I said to say, as a prime minister, you have to ensure that you must do decent things to a state, a country, a nation that you ought to govern. Now, I saw in a poster, they talk about stability. Well, what is stability? Stability is you want a country that's united, your people are together. In a democracy, you'll have those for and those against, obviously. Now, those for, yes, you are victorious, they will celebrate, they're happy. Those who are against, they lose, they'll be sad. At one time, they'll recover and they will heal, and that process will normalize. But it is your duty now to heal. The winning party has to heal. Mm-hmm. And if you feel you must provoke those who are against you, you must provoke them by doing what is unnecessary, unhuman to them. But obviously, you can expect them to go to their bed and sleep and say, well, when you get well, when your madness leave you, then I will be around. It can't happen that way, and so forth. So the prime minister, as we said, he called the election under the constitution, and that's why we spoke about a fixed date for election. So nobody will cut with their pants down, because if you're organizing, now we are a more civilized country.
Very much.
People are more educated now. There are more degrees in the place. I remember when I was a boy and you had a degree, you were like a king or a queen. Nowadays, everybody have a degree, and so on. So now we have to organize for the times. And that's why we spoke about Thompson call. Mm-hmm.
All right, let's go back to the telephones. We have more callers now. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I would like to pledge $100 on behalf of Veronica Alexander from Girdal.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'll bring it on Monday.
You'll bring it on Monday. Okay.
Okay, great.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thanks. All right. We are going back to the telephones. We have more of your calls. Okay. All right. The numbers, of course, 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257. That is the DG line, 616-4257. We are expecting your support. We are doing this. And here's the reason why. Bosso, I'm going to allow you to finish your thought, but I also want to play for the people this very important clip on the night of election, the promise made by the Prime Minister. But let's go back to the telephones and say a very good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon again. I would like to pledge another $100 on behalf of Nathalie Simon and Agnes Alexander of Girdal.
Okay.
50-50. So I'll bring it in Monday when I bring in Veronica Alexander.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay.
I can just drop it off at the studios of Q for us, then we'd appreciate it.
Yes, perfect.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you
welcome.
so much. Of course, we are taking your pledges of support online as well. You can go online, very easy. If you, after you've made your donation online, you want to inform us, then you can do that. It's called NIDCLEF, it's at nidclf.org, nidclf.org. Just go on there, click on the donate button, and you'll get the options to donate. It's very easy. It takes less than a minute to complete all of that. So go on here right now and give your pledge of support, because we are doing this. We are standing up for electoral reform. That's what it is. We're standing up for electoral reform. We are saying that we need elections on a level playing field. At the very foundation, at the very heart of our democracy is the election process. And this must be free and it must be fair. It is neither right now, and we're working to change that. Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. All right, let's try this again. Good afternoon. Yes, you're live. Go ahead, please. Hello. Don't
Hello?
listen. Yes, yes, you're live. Go ahead, please. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Yes, good
Good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I would like to pledge $100.
All right. Can you give us your name, please?
And your telephone number.
Hello?
Yes, can you give us your name and your telephone number, please?
Yeah, my name is John Rose Charles.
Okay. And your telephone?
285-2437.
285-2437. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Thanks. We appreciate it. And
All right.
okay, thank you, sir. We appreciate your support. And of course, if you're calling and you do not want to come online and give your pledge publicly on the telephone, there is an off air line that you can call. It's 449-1095. 449-1095. If you call this number, then you can get somebody, one of our workers there, one of those volunteers there with us. We'll be able to take your information as well as your contributions. Okay, so if you feel you do not want to come on air to publicly declare your support, but you still want to support the effort, the number to call is 449-1095. 449-1095. But if you're calling, of course, on the normal queue lines, then you're going to go live. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, is this Mr. Thompson Fontaine?
Speaking, sir. Yes.
Oh, Peter. Okay. I would like to. I'm listening to your program on Q95,
Mm-hmm.
and I would like to make a cash contribution in aid of your activities.
Okay. Thank you very much. And how much is that?
I would like to contribute $100. I'm calling from the United States.
Okay, you call from the United States. Okay, well, what you can do is very easy to do it online. You can go online and go to nidclf.org, nidclf.org, and just click on the donate button there, and you can make it that way to us.
Okay. Well, my daughter was trying to initiate. She had gotten on the website already, but
Mm-hmm.
she was saying that she's not sure if it's U.S. or East Caribbean dollars.
Oh yes, the website is in US dollars. So the website is in US.
Okay.
Yes, the website is in US dollars. That's yeah. Mhm.
Okay. But
Conversion in your head, and we'll take it.
Can you allow me to say to utter just a few words?
Oh, absolutely. Go right ahead. Mhm.
Okay. Well, I just want to say this time. Well, I have been a constant listener to Q95 all the time. So I've been listening to the prominent persons who make political contributions as to their dissatisfaction as to what is going on in Dominica for the past many, many years. So I am just asking the Dominican people this time around if they are really going to allow election to take place without electoral reform. I would just like to ask the Dominicans that. Sometimes I hold my head and it's very troubling. I'm asking myself, but what has become of the Dominican people? Because I think something is definitely wrong. It's not the Dominica I knew. I'm living in the United States right now, but I am still a Dominican. As I'm talking to you right now, I'm now repairing my home with friends to come back to live in Dominica. But I'm asking what is going on politically. I have fear if I should really come back. Because the political system in Dominica is very rotten. Just to make a long story short, but I would just like I would just like you to know, and your many listeners, that I am a past politician in Dominica. My father is a past politician as well. He was he served in the government of Liberal Labour Party, And of course, I have a little bit of experience in connection with politics and so on, fundraising, constituency association, and the community as well. So I've been asking myself, but what really is going on in Dominica? Because it is just intolerant as to what is happening. Because sometimes I'm saying, well, is it what I'm hearing is true? I just cannot believe it is true, and that the Dominican people is allowing this to go on for such a long time. So, in a nutshell, that is what I want to share. I want to share with you and the people who are listening. I wish if I was there myself and my family, certainly on Thursday, we would be in full fledged coming to demonstrate, but we are not there. We hope our little financial contribution, whatever we can, I will contribute, my wife, my daughter, they will contribute something in aid of that progression against what is so evil and intolerant in Dominica. Because finally, I think that I've been listening and I hear many of the groups, different groups, is part of that activity. And I only hope that the trade unions, including the SU and the service
PSU,
union,
yeah.
would participate in that to make it effective. And in closing, I am really keeping and praying and keeping my fingers crossed to see that really take effect in Dominica. And I hope that Dominicans not going to allow this snap election to take effect without electoral reform. Thank you. We are there to support in our prayers and whatever other contribution we can make. So God bless you, be strengthened, and God is with you and your other helpers as well.
Okay, thank you so much. We really appreciate your support, of prayers, of your financial support, your physical. It's just great. We really thank you for that, sir, and thank you as well for your family support.
You are welcome, Mr. Fountain. You do not know me, but I know you very well.
Okay, all right, that's good.
Of course.
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye now, Mr. Johnson Boston, good day.
Good day to you.
All
Yes,
right.
good day to you.
Have a blessed day.
Okay, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay,
Glad to hear you. And I
All
heard,
right, thank you.
and I heard your wife in the background.
All right.
Johnson, if you don't allow me.
Okay.
All right.
We are in support.
Okay, take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay, and I wanted, before we continue, Johnson and Paul and Bernard, I wanted to just play this. It's less than a minute, but I think that's very important for the people to hear. You see, because last election, and people say, well, you took part in the last election. Why are you not taking part this time? It's the same list. No, there's an important difference, because on the night of the election victory of the Dominican Labour Party government, the Prime Minister took to the airwaves to assure the people of Dominica that he would, in fact, ensure that there was electoral reform before the next election. So we have every reason to hold him to his word, and that is what we are doing, in fact. And so you don't have to take my word for it, but let's listen to this clip there from the Prime Minister. Are you able to hear? Okay, I think, yes, okay. Yes.
Having reflected on this issue, it is my intention to invite a renowned Caribbean jurist to lead a national commission on electoral reform. The work of that commission, added to all the previous consultancy and election reports from various international organizations, together with the decision of the courts, will inform the shape of Dominica's electoral reform. Public hearings will be held throughout the country, and all Dominicans will be able to appear before the commission and give their views. Provision will be made for anonymous submissions, as well as for an open discussion forum on social media sites. These, my dear friends, constitute the priority agenda of the first 100 days of the new administration of the Dominica Labour Party.
All right, here you hear it. The words of the Prime Minister. It will constitute a priority for his government in the first 100 days. And then, and he did, to his word, he got Justice Byron, and we got the report. Good afternoon to you on the telephone. Good afternoon. Hello, go ahead, please.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
I wonder if Roosevelt Skerritt is listening to his own self. I wonder.
Yeah, very good question. Yeah, no, the color makes a very important point.
Is a very good question indeed.
Yeah,
because there are so many pronouncements that have been made over the course of the lifespan of this political party, that you really have to wonder if it is that they are truly aware of the things that they're saying, especially when what they say become a matter, or becomes part of public record in terms of the media, and what that statement obviously is a complete contradiction of calling a snap election, especially on the basis that the reform or the recommendations therefore were not tabled.
Yes.
Someone made a comment there, Thompson. Let me see if I can get it, because it just, we sometimes, when we are in our own space, I suppose the environment compensates in Dominica for the economic woes, Thompson, and Bernard and Johnson. The environment compensates for the economic woes. It's on the basis that we believe, because of the nice sunshine and tropical weather, that it constitutes a paradise. But in terms of the economic and social landscape within the country, clearly is not where it is in and supposed to be in the 21st century. You're an economist and you're a renowned economist. Dominica is nothing short from being a failed state. And I hear these words. I'm sorry, when you're done.
All right. Yes, we're going to take the calls and we'll come back to Paul in a little bit. Good afternoon. You are live with us, yeah? Hello, good afternoon. Caller, you can go ahead, please. All right. Not sure. Seem to have lost this caller. Yeah, we seem to have lost this caller. The numbers, of course, 449-3095, 3096, 3097. On the Digiline 616-4257. If you're calling and you want to call to give your contribution off air, the number is 449-1095. 449-1095. That will give you access off air, as well as if you are online. The place to go to make a contribution is at nidclef, nidclf.org.
Right. So the Facebook user who goes by the name of Jewel Frederick, she said, I am assuming, of course, it's a woman. She said, "Alas, that caller tear me up. It's really very sad in Dominica. It's just too sad." And she signs. And for every right reason, the comments that she's making resonates well with every Dominican, irrespective of the fact whether they want to accept it or not. Because truly, it is really sad in Dominica. It is sad in terms of what is happening at the political level by this whole, what you call, sort of shift to dictatorship and tyranny. It is sad where it means the lapse or collapse of the economy, and obviously it is also sad as it relates to the social fabric in respect to the rise of crime and violence that is occurring in the Commonwealth of Dominica, and not having a sort of watchdog of some sort to hold the government to task is very critical to understand. So I believe what we're doing here is having an impact, and I'm truly pleased that I was able to participate and can contribute. But generally, we have to get Dominic on solid footing.
Yes, indeed. And just before we continue, I wanted to read this comment, a very important one there from one of our viewers online, from Vincent. It says, "It's important that the people in Dominica and abroad to get the message to the regional Caribbean so-called leaders to keep the regional forces, the RSS, away from Dominica this time. We do not want them on our soil. They can go to Haiti to help them. We don't need them to help us solve our national political issues, or there will be consequences. So we need to get the message out to them via social media to stay away and let us solve our political issues. So I'm asking all Dominicans who have access on social media to get hold of the regional radio stations, contact them, and help get the message out there to our neighbors and the world. Dominica does not need them. All right, so that's one of our callers there. And of course, a very important point to make, because that is something that we believe that can be resolved very easily. That's an easy issue. You heard the Prime Minister.
Yes.
He was the one who says we're going to do this, because he admitted that, yeah, there were problems. There were the courts have spoken. And even now, the CCJ, the highest court in the land, have said that our elections are tainted. They have taints. They said in fact, they said that those elections should never have taken place in Dominica and should not in the future. So that is clear. Let's go back this time to the overseas line. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
My name is Ann Thomas. I'm calling from Boston.
Yes.
I'm from Grand Bay.
Hi, Ann. Good afternoon.
And I would like to make a pledge.
Thank you very much for that support. Yes.
So what's the process?
Okay, since you are overseas, probably the easiest way is to go online. We have a website. It's Nidcliffe, NIDCLF.org.
Go a little slow because I'm at work, so I have to move away.
Okay,
sure. Go ahead.
Yes, the website is N as in Nancy, I as in
NIDC.
Yes, CLF like in Frank .org. .org. Nidcliffe, yeah.
ORG, Nidcliffe.
Nidcliffe.org. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much. We appreciate your support as well. Thank you.
Well, Thompson.
Bye-bye.
Okay, take care.
Yeah, we thank you very much. And all those who have already pledged, we want to thank them. And those who are about to pledge and will pledge as we continue, we want to also thank you. But Thompson, you played this thing there from the Prime Minister. And the gentleman asked a question. Is he in that address, he did say that the electoral reform issue was a vexing issue at the last election.
Right.
So he wanted to remove that vexing issue.
Right.
This is why he appointed Sir Dennis Byron to work on the electoral reform. Now, a schedule of the work that has been done, is almost ready to deliver. In fact, Sir Dennis Byron, as I know it, had done the preliminary work.
Yeah.
But the Prime Minister,
Very forward as well.
right? But the Prime Minister did ask him to do drafting, to go into the drafting of his findings, so it could go to Parliament. He said he had to appoint a lady with that skill to do the drafting, and there's a schedule for re-engagement with the UWP and the Labour Party. I probably assume because they're in Parliament,
right?
And then the Electoral Commission, and by March, April of 2023, everything will be ready once it goes through the Parliament and Parliament agreed,
right,
and so forth. Now, having said all of that, and all this work is in progress, and the other thing, he have paid Sir Dennis Byron almost $500,000,
precisely,
and that money is not scary money, it's taxpayers' money from the Consolidated Fund. So there is a contract that he has with Sir Dennis Byron on behalf of the citizens. Now, if Scott wasn't Prime Minister, he could not hire Sir Dennis Byron.
That's true.
He could not pay him money from our treasury. So that's a contract with the people. And to have just at this stage, when things are ready to kick in, to call a snap election 2.5 years before it is constitutionally due, it means that something is not right, either with that person or he have been winning election before on the state of the electoral process that exists, and he feel comfortable with that for the rest of his life.
Right.
But the rest of us in Dominica cannot live with that.
Precisely.
And he made on Tuesday, when they were launching in Roseau, he made the admission to the world that the opposition is broke and they cannot even make a drink at a shop, because politics is all about making a drink at a shop. Politics is about ideas, articulating your vision, giving hope and leadership to people to move a nation together and so forth. So he's saying to the world now that the politics in Dominica is not on a level playing field. And that's what we're asking for. Now you have the UWP, the Freedom Party, Civic Vibes, Moon Sevier, Consensus Movement, National Joint Action Movement. We are together to start that work of unifying the country for what is right.
Indeed.
We are saying now we're going to engage the wider civil society organizations. So you can, the churches, the private sector, the bar association, they cannot sit by and watch because they have a role in the society. Society is not run by a political party alone. You have religious leaders, you have civic leaders, and they all have a role to lead and to ensure the right thing is done. When you stay aside and don't get involved to correct the wrong, then what you do, you get people frustrated, you get people unhappy, and when you're unhappy and your back is against the wall, wrong things can happen. And we do not want that to happen. So we're seeing everybody in Dominica who has a sense of what it is to be part of a nation must make up their mind. It's not a thing about UWP, freedom or labor, it's a thing about Dominica. And therefore, we must find a way to solve it. Because if you go into election, what you will do, you will validate what he's doing, because he did it last time. And now he comes on election without it. He'll come at the end of that election and tell you it was a vexing matter, and he'll fix it again, and will be continued as let's say, just subject on Skerrit estate. And that ought not to be, because a lot of us, before Skerrit were born, we were there working hard, sponsoring sports, sponsoring scholarship, doing things for the good of our nation. In fact, he got a scholarship sponsored to him through the Freedom, right? He got that. And therefore, if you have an opportunity to govern now, he must govern in a way to make it, to create the enabling environment for every citizen to thrive and to make progress. And that has been absent in Dominica for the last 19 or so years under this administration. And I don't think we can sit there and laugh and say, okay, go at your home and sleep, and that is it. No, we have to come out as Dominicans and show the government enough is enough.
All right, and with that, let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, is that the radio program?
Yes, it is. You are live.
Oh, yes. I want to pledge my support of $400 US.
Okay.
And
Awesome.
how to, well, I don't, do you have a number, a bank number that can do the transfer? Would probably Republic Bank.
With Republic Bank.
Transfer.
No, we don't. Unfortunately, we don't have an account with the Republic Bank. But are you able to go to the website?
No, I prefer with doing a transfer. Money transfer is more comfortable for me.
You prefer do a money transfer? Okay. Can we?
But can we? I know the caller. Can we work something out?
Can we do probably Western Union or something?
We'll reach out offline, I assume.
Yes.
Do you know who it is?
I know who the person is.
Okay, so caller, is it? Could you also do it? Via Western Union?
Well, I could do that too. That's not a problem.
Okay, so whose name?
It won't be in my name because I'm blocked from Western Union.
Okay, so put
it
it
won't be on my name.
Right. So put it on my name, and I'll take it to the group.
Okay, good.
Yes, you get that.
So, caller, is that okay for you? Yeah.
Huh?
Is that okay for you to put it on the name of Justin Boston?
I'll have that done on Monday, God's spare.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes.
All right, thanks a lot.
Bless.
We really appreciate this. Thank you so much, caller. And of course, I just want to add as well, Boston, that people are walking into the studios of Q95 to bring in their contributions. And we're really thankful. In fact, we have several
individuals
who have done that this afternoon. There is, I'm not sure if they want their names called.
I will not call the name.
But several individuals who have actually done that. So we just want to say a big thank you to all of you. And of course, if you're around Roseau, now is a great time to do that. We are here until 6 p.m. tonight. And what we're doing is we are getting resources, financing to help us to mobilize as many persons as possible to stand up stand up. And part of why we are doing this as well is because the country has been so impoverished. It's very difficult. People are in a lot of
Yes.
in a bad way.
Let's look at that. And the listeners should know that. You could decide, Ito could decide, Paul and myself and the rest of us, something, leave these people alone and go and live elsewhere. I mean, you have a comfortable job in South Sudan. So you could decide, but no matter where you go in the world, Dominica is your heart.
Absolutely.
And therefore, yeah.
All right, we have several calls coming through, so let's take those and we'll be back with Boston. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Dr. Thompson Fontaine.
Yes, good afternoon.
I'm calling from Citronia. My name is Maurice Xavier. I'm not afraid to call my name.
Okay, Morris, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, I pledge $200.
$200. Okay, thank you so much. Can you give us a number?
Yeah, man. 295-6599.
6599.
And 617. 3164.
3164.
I'll bring that in on Monday.
Okay.
You want the other number repeat?
$200.
$200.
Ask him to repeat the other number.
317.
Oh, you heard that?
Yes, we got it. Okay, thank you very much, caller.
You're welcome.
Yes.
Honorable Dr. Thompson Fontaine.
All right, thank you so much. And let us just encourage our listeners as well. The overseas line 305-432-9624. You were just on the line a while ago, so please call again. We miss you. Okay, thank you for calling back. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. On the overseas line, it's good to have you. Caller, go ahead, please.
And if you look in the line of an issue.
Yes, caller, go ahead, please. Okay, we're not sure what's going on, so we're going to take another of the callers. Let's go this time to the local line. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon, Dr. Thompson Fontaine.
Yes, good afternoon.
Well, I was on a bus and I heard a voice. It wasn't close enough. I thought it was Franklin Moses.
Okay.
So now I've heard your voice. I've just gotten home, but I'm overseas, not overseas. I live in Cochrane, and I will pledge $100. Sometime in the week, I'll try to come and bring it in.
Okay. Excellent.
Kendall Richards.
Kendall Richards.
$100.
$100.
You want to give us your number?
Okay.
Your telephone number?
276-0167. I'm not afraid to do these things at all.
All right.
I agree.
Thank you so much, Kendall. We appreciate it.
Most welcome.
All right. Thank you. More of your telephone calls. Good afternoon to you on the overseas line.
Hello, good afternoon, Dr. Fontaine.
Yes,
good afternoon, Bosso. How are you doing?
I'm fine. And how are you?
All right, this is Norris Charles.
Oh,
and I would just like to...
Hi, Norris.
Yeah. I'd like to make a contribution of $200. And I support the move, no reform, no election. You were saying something, Bosso?
Yes, I'm going to ask you, is it 200 EC or 200 US? I know where you are.
200 EC.
Okay, fine.
And,
that's fantastic.
And the local number, if you need a local number,
yes,
it is 225-4087.
Excellent.
And that money will, by Monday, the person will bring the money for you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome.
Yeah, and then I just wish you all the best in that fight. I know it's a serious situation in Dominica, and for the sake of democracy, for the sake of good government and everything, we need electoral reform. And there is no if, no but, no maybe. And I would give anything. If I can give a further contribution at some other point, I will do it because I support the move.
Yes.
All the best, brothers, and take care.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Someone's asking for the numbers to call. Again, the overseas line, 305-432-9624, 305-432-9624. And of course, locally, 767-449-3095 or just 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, and with Digicel 616-4257. And if you're calling, you want to call off air, 449-1095. These are the numbers that will get you in. But also, just to make your contribution online, go to nidclf.org and make your contributions there as well. And we thank you as you continue in your support of democracy in Dominica.
Yes.
Yes, and so welcome back, Bernard. Is good. Is good to have you back. And earlier, we were just talking, and there's quite a lot of traffic actually online. We have several persons who are tuned in. They said that was asking about the rally on Thursday. Yes, there is in fact a rally at 3:00 on the Bayfront in support of electoral reform. That's happening this Thursday, the 17th of November at 3:00. And someone is talking about, well, there are different things going on, quite a lot of interesting conversations. Some of them I can't read online, but I can tell you this one says the Prime Minister and his words have no credibility. That has been long established. Someone is saying good day to the freedom fighters. So that's the all-star team to try to take down the one man. Okay, it's not about taking down one man. It's about standing up for democracy.
More of a collective effort.
It's a collective effort.
And the conscience of the nation.
And the important point to note is that we're extending beyond, the political parties and the civic groups. We want church groups involved. We want business groups involved. We want social groups involved. It has to be a Dominica effort, a Dominica coalition to actually do this. But just before, let me just say thanks to this person online that says, Catherine says that she wants to pledge $100 and that it will be brought in on Monday morning. And she's given her number. So let's take this number for Catherine George at 616-1786, 616-1786. And of course, and the support of no reforms, no elections continues. And let me say thanks as well to all of you that are tuned in, listening to us. Those of you who have not yet done so, now is the time to make your pledge. We are here until 6:00, but we are encouraging you to make your pledge to this very important cause, the cause of electoral reform that will go towards the support of the various rallies and various events that are planned, taking place in support of this very important move of electoral reform.
Yes, Thompson. I would say actually this movement, not just in support of electoral reform, as I said, that's very important, of course, but I would say this movement for winning back the conscience of Dominica and really the movement to replace this government before this next term is over. I think this is the movement. This is the rally that we're at. Electoral reform is a part of that. But there's much more, of course, as you know, and we've spoken about beyond that we need to do. We need to make Dominicans understand that we need to create an enabling environment for our people. We need to change our political culture. We need to change our social culture. We have to convince people that we have the right message. Not only do we have the right message, but we have a right team that can implement policies that can rescue our island from mediocrity, can rescue our island from violence, can put us back on the path to creating a first world nation from a third world nation. And so that is all the things that we're fighting for. Electoral reform is a large part of it, but this movement, as I said, is a collective renaissance, is a collective liberation movement, where we say enough is enough. We're fighting for the hearts, minds, and soul of Dominica. This is a fight of values. This is a fight to decide what sort of people will govern our island. As Paul said earlier, we have a beautiful island. We have a physically beautiful island, but we suffer. We suffer from those who show lack of leadership, who show lack of initiative, innovation, and most of all, integrity. We are governed by people who take advantage of the weakness in our institutions. They have found the cracks within the institutions of a young government, of a young country, and have exploited them to their benefit. And that is something we have to change.
Yes, let's go back to the telephone. Good afternoon to you.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Jackie Reynolds calling from Florida.
Hi, Jackie. Good afternoon.
Hi, good. We just made a $100 pledge.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Yes, we appreciate your support and thank you so much for doing this.
Absolutely. Keep the pressure on.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for the support. And of course, I just got a call actually from someone saying that if they don't want to call the station, but they want to go just make a pledge via WhatsApp, then you can use the number 767-617-6482. So if you're just interested in making a WhatsApp pledge with your name and your contribution, put your name and your phone number in there and the amount. You can do this. The number 617-6482. Okay, 617-6482. That's also another way to contribute here this afternoon.
Yeah, and I think we should keep saying that number because we well know that there are many people who want to support the movement who may not necessarily want to be on air, but we will, of course, we'll take it everywhere we can, and so let's keep putting that number out there as you've done.
Sorry, Boston.
Thompson, I would ask the Dominican people, listen to the question. Are we in a country where we develop a who we like and who we don't like situation, and because of that, will allow our country to go to the dogs? Okay? Because I have never known politics in Dominica to be about who we like and who we don't like. I know we support a party, we follow the party. If the party do well, we're there. If it do bad, we change.
Right.
And we move on that way. And I think it need to come back to those days where we disagree as people, we agree at some point as people, and we move on rather than have this personal vendetta in our politics. And it's across the country. And I think this has to be changed. I have nothing personally against Roosevelt Skerritt and members of the Labour Party, nothing personally. But I think their policy, you ever called it?
Yes, we have a call. Thanks for holding this thought. We'll be right back. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Mr. Fontaine. How are you doing?
Okay, doing well.
Every time I hear your voice, I think of Nelson Mandela, man.
Oh, wow.
you're really fighting for Dominica.
Yes, we do what we can.
Let me tell you, yeah, maybe one of the good days I will give you my background. I'm from Dominica. I'm from St. Joseph. I was a prominent man in Dominica. I was an American citizen since 1995. And I remained in Dominica as a soldier fighting for my country. But after 2000, I had to give up because I had my kids and they were all Americans. So we had to go to the promised land, you know what I mean?
That's understandable. Yeah.
Yeah, but my heart still is in Dominica. Every day I listen to Cleon Decide, every day. Even I work as an electrician at the Henry Rollins International Airport. And every day I come across people from Dominica, and I put in a lot of pressure on them in regards to the current situation in Dominica. I just told them that I got 4 stimulus checks for the COVID-19. I just got one last week. And up to now, that monster hasn't given nothing to Dominicans, you know? So I support that move to remove this man. No election, no reform, no election. So I went on the cliff and I navigate through the system. I see how to do it. So on Thursday, I'm going to do a pledge of $100 US dollar.
Okay then. Thank you very much. We appreciate that.
Yeah, and also, you probably know him, man. So let's have a P2.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. How are you?
Yeah, I used to be an extension officer at the BNC.
Yes, I remember that. So how are you?
Yeah. I moved to the US with United, and I'm doing pretty good.
Yes.
I went back to school. I obtained a degree.
Oh, great.
And, I'm doing good.
That's wonderful, man.
But one day I really want to come back to Dominica because Dominica is my home. And in spite of what happened to me in Dominica, I still have Dominica at my heart.
Yes,
every day I think of Dominica. But one day.
Yes, sure.
Yeah. So keep fighting, brother, man. I really support that move. And I know that I try to see if I could find some people around to mobilize them to see, what can happen, but whether there's a will, there must be a way.
Yeah, that would be very helpful.
Thank you, man. We really appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Funk is on another call there, so we thank you very much.
No
yes, sure.
God bless you.
Yes.
All right, man.
Well, of course, we continue, and we ask you to call, make your pledge, and we're here until 6 p.m. this evening, so you could call wherever you are, you could make your pledge, and this monies that you're pledging is to assist the movement to do the mobilization and education work to get Dominicans aware of the need of standing up and ensuring that our country move in a direction that is pleasant to humanity, to all of us, and our democracy do not get crushed by one person who has an interest only in himself and his political fortunes. So we are more than that, and we appreciate all of you who have called so far and pledge, and those who will call to pledge later on.
Yes, in fact, I was just on the WhatsApp line there with Meredith Wright. She wanted her name mentioned.
Oh, great.
Meredith Wright out of St. Thomas, pledging $150 to the cause. So we want to thank Meredith and the family out there in St. Thomas and encouraging us to continue the fight, saying that the fight is right, the cause is right. She wanted to just let us know that she is in support of our efforts. So thanks, Meredith, and thanks to all of you who have contributed, those who have stepped into the station. We want to encourage you to continue to do so. It looks like the WhatsApp line seems to be the very important line. So I'm going to take this as we continue.
Yes. So what I'd like to, I believe for obvious reasons, in Dominica, Boston, and Bernard, elections are never really done in isolation of capturing the young votes, if you understand what I mean. In most cases, young people are the ones who give a sort of competitive edge to any political party. But it always remains that they are the groups that continue to be disadvantaged. And it is no different in Dominica, on the basis that what we see happening among young people across the island is that they find a lack of opportunities and a lack of opportunities to prevail themselves. Unemployment is extremely high, and it's very discouraging to know that a number of young persons invest in themselves to get a high education, to develop their skills and talents, but are unable to, in fact, secure or rather to be gainfully employed. We also know that young persons are teeming with ideas and talents and want to invest in businesses and open up businesses, but are not receiving the support that they need. In fact, the administration have made several attempts to what I consider to be to distribute monies across the island with the pretense that it will support businesses. But what in fact, actual fact is happening is an opportunity to support their support base, the people who are laborites and who have businesses and who want some way of capitalizing it. And often at times you find that those monies are not in turn used. I always look at the Kalinago territory as being a shining example on the basis that there's so many businesses that require support but have never received monies to do so. So we have to be very mindful of that going forward.
All right, let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is this Dr. Thompson from Dane?
Yes, speaking.
All right, this is Ronald Charles here.
Hi, Ronald. How are you?
I'm doing quite well. I would like to make a contribution towards this major event, and I believe that all Dominicans should make the necessary contribution in order that it is successful.
Yes, indeed. We appreciate it.
And the amount I will do is $250.
All right, 250 from Ronald Charles. Thank you so much, Ronald. We appreciate that support.
Yeah.
All right.
You take care.
Yes, thank you. All right. All right. They're coming in fast and furious. We actually have on WhatsApp again. We have Norma Ito from La Plaine saying that she would like to pledge 100 EC dollars, and it will be sent via Western Union. So we thank you for that. There's also Eva James pledging 100 EC dollars. Says he will turn it into the station on Tuesday. So thanks to all of you for your continued pledges of support. We certainly want to thank you all for doing this. All right, we have some more. There is another individual pledging 100 EC dollars. and says that that will help. She wants that to go towards posters, and so that says no reform, no election, period. All right. So thank you very much for your support again online, as we continue to encourage you to go on our website, on the website of Netcliffe, NIDCLF.org, to pledge your support. All right, why don't we take a quick short break, a short music break there with King Dice there, and then we'll be right back.
On their own. Wonder if I live and roam, would life out there be any better? One farmer who abandoned his land told me sadly he can take no more. When you see you're the one who gives the most, and it's you who suffer in the world. As a farmer here in my country, I can provide for my own family. Oh, imagine me as a farmer in my Dominica on my own. Some getting concession, while me a local man on my own. All politicians doing the same thing. It's more the foreign man, they always help me.
All right, let's go back to the telephone calls and say good afternoon to you. On the telephone.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fontaine.
Yes, good afternoon.
I would like to make a pledge, lead and judge. Mr. Fontaine, I want you to take that name because I want MoneyGram on your name.
Okay.
Early Monday morning.
You can send it.
Lead and George.
Lyndon George.
Lyden. Den. You have George, George.
Yes, Lyndon George.
My number is 340
340
06
04.
And I want you to do me a favor. I want you to text me your full name. Well, that's what they're taking in MoneyGram. And I want some names because I want to be a regular contributor to the radio station monthly.
Okay.
I want you to add a number where I could spend that money on top of it too. Some different groups, but we will get to that.
Okay, thank you very much.
US.
$300.
Bless
okay,
you.
all right. Thank you very much, Lyndon.
Yeah.
I'll communicate with you. Okay.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate your support, and we thank you, all of you who have contributed this afternoon and who continue to do so. We're here until 6 o'clock. So keep the lines moving, keep the contributions going. Of course, you can also reach us on WhatsApp, the number 767-617-6482, 767-617-6482. The website is NIDCLF, NIDCLF.org. And of course, if you call us on the regular lines here at Q95, 449-3095, 3096, 3097, Digicel 616-4257, or off air, you can call us at 449-1095. All right. We are going to continue with a lot more. Of course, we are encouraging people to come in and make their pledges of support as we move along here this afternoon.
I just wanted to say some parting statements. First of all, I'm truly grateful for the opportunity to have been part of this program today on Q95. I know a vast majority of Dominicans listen to Q95 on all sides because Q95 is more than just politics. It's an opportunity to educate, to inform the Dominican public, but more importantly, to raise the awareness of issues that are confronting us and needs a societal direction or decision. And that decision is upon us, and it deals with the question of elections, but the elections happening in an unfair environment. Hence the reason the reform was in fact something which was uh, of the making coming out of the last general election, and the decision was made to contract Sir Justice Byron to do so. It legitimizes the whole need for electoral reform, and by being able to contract him for that purpose.
I think we have a call.
Yeah, I believe we so what it means essentially is that we are at the crossroads in the fight for democracy and for our liberties and the freedoms that our constitution so affords. And for that reason, every right-thinking Dominican, every patriot, every person who sees great value in the Dominican society, our cultures and our traditions, but more importantly, the way we govern ourselves, must really stand up for that right at this point in time, and to make the firm decision to desist from participating in the general election process. I would like to send that call out particularly to young persons who by far are the most disadvantaged, to desist from participating in the general election process, where it means that change is required and change is not being given, and their interest is not being upheld. So I want to thank you, Johnson. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard, as well. And I want to continue to wish you well in your leadership and the direction that you're giving in the rebuilding efforts of the Freedom Party. And I know, Johnson, you have been at the forefront of the political process in Dominica all your life, a devoted patriot, and I want to continue to wish well. May God bless you, and may God bless every Dominican. Thanks.
All right, very good, Paul. Very good, Paul. Let me just say, as you depart here,
let's take this call. 1 second. Hello, you're on. Hello, good afternoon. You're on.
Hey, good afternoon.
Yes.
I'd like to make a contribution, please.
Yes. Can you give us your name and your number and the amount?
That's Bosso.
Yeah, that's Bosso there. Yes.
Calling from Portsmouth.
Oh, Portsmouth. Great.
You should know the voice, Bosso.
Yes.
I'm not able to come into Roseau, but I'll give it to Mr. Cobbett.
Cobbett, yes, sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
Make a contribution of $100.
$100.
All right.
You want to give us your name or?
No, so you know my name, I think. It's 225-5565.
225-5565.
All right, and you'll be in touch.
All right.
Thank you very much.
I'll give it to Cobbett.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks a lot. Yes. Great. Yes. Well, you saying something?
Very good. Well, I was just saying to Paul that, as a young man that has actually worked with the Labour Party, has been involved in this organization, he sort of represents the sort of front of the wave that we're hoping for, that we expect to happen, as more and more young people come to really reflect upon the future and the possibilities on the island, and really think about what's going on with them, that somehow the scales fall away from their eyes. They are not so caught up in the smoke and mirrors, but view the reality on the ground and view the reality for themselves and their family, and come to the right side, come to the just side, come to the side who can really transform their life. So, Paul, again, you represent that movement, and we're really, really happy to have you with us.
Thank you very much. Yes. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Paul, and I'm sure people are happy that you're here, and we appreciate your input on this. Dr. Fountain have just stepped out for a while, and we continue. So continue to call and make your pledge. Of course. So Paul, thanks a lot. God bless you. We'll continue. The work is in progress. Work is in progress.
Yes, and I guess we could give some of the numbers out again.
Yes, well, the office's number 305-432-9624, and of course 449-3095, 449-4096, 449-4097. So you can call, and you can also walk up the step of Q95 FM radio, and we're here.
Yeah,
We will
we'd be
take it-
happy to
to
take it
receive
from you.
your pledge. You know your contribution there. Let's take this call from overseas. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the coalition panel on
Yes.
no reform, no election.
That's right.
Also, this is Marceline Edwards.
Hi, how are you?
I just want to, I am very good, Bosso. I am encouraged by the work you all have started. And I hope this you can take this the discussion on the ground so that people can turn out for the rally. And I just want to make my pledge of $100 and $100
Yes.
from my sister Yulina Langcliffe in St. Thomas.
Mhm.
So that will be $200.
$200.
So,
So
yeah,
Marceline
200
and
US
her
dollars.
daughter.
Marceline,
I'm going to
and her
make that.
sister.
Yes,
You're going to make it through
I am
the
going to.
online?
I'm going to send it through MoneyGram.
Okay.
Through MoneyGram on so Monday morning you can pick it up.
Okay. If it's on my name, send it to Western Union.
Or to well, I have the MoneyGram app, so
Well,
I just want to send it to what is easier for me.
Okay, so
I mean, who are we sending the MoneyGram monies to?
to you, MoneyGrams to you?
Well, you tell me who to send
we
it
can,
to.
yes, we'll contact you and we'll
offline.
arrange.
We'll call you offline.
Yes.
Okay.
We know you well.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
have a good
Bye
day.
bye.
Yeah, sure.
Yes, you're welcome. Bye
Good.
bye.
Thanks a lot.
Okay, bye.
All right, thank you so much. All right, we are taking more of your telephone calls. The number, of course, to reach us 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097, 616-4257. All of these numbers to call. And of course, if you're making a contribution, you can also do that via WhatsApp. If that's easier for you to do, you can always reach us via WhatsApp. We have more callers. In fact, we're going to take some more of your calls, and then we're going to also go back to the WhatsApp. Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to the people in studio. I'd like to pledge 200 US.
Okay, 200 US. Thank
Very
you very
nice.
much. And who is it coming from?
Richard Robert.
Hey, hi, Gertrude. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
All right, wonderful. Great to hear you. All right.
Want my number?
Yes, please. Yes.
Because I was at work and I just came in and I heard you talking about it. So
And you decide you just had to reach out. The moment was important enough, right?
yes.
Absolutely.
How could I get it to you all? And
If she can,
Okay.
As if she can go online.
Are you able to do it online? Because we have a website through Netcliffe to do it. Netcliffe, NIDCLF.org.
hold on. Let me get a pen. Hold on.
Yeah. All right.
What's this?
It's NIDCLF. N like in Nancy, I like in Ireland, D like in Dominica, C like in Candy, L like in Larry, and F as in Frank. It's NIDCLF, all right? NIDCLF.org.
Okay.
All right, so you can do it that way. That would be excellent.
Okay. My number, you want my number?
Yes, let's take the number.
732
Mhm.
952
Mhm.
8900. Thompson, your phone are still operating?
Yes,
Number?
it is back. It is back now. Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
All right.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Okay, let's go back to the telephones with a lot more of your calls. Let's take this one. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. All right, let's try again. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Isaac Baptiste here.
Hi, Mr. Baptist. How are you?
Good afternoon to all those in the studio and, of course, listening to this
Mhm.
program. I'll be very brief because we want to free up the line for as many people to call. The call for no election without electoral reform is beyond what has happened as far as we did last elections or previously. Right now, it is obvious that the Prime Minister acted in bad faith when he, towards the people of Dominica, when he informed the president to rob the house and issue this writ for the election. The prime minister used public funds to engage a renowned jurist internationally. He informed the nation that he was going to ensure that we have electoral reform before the next election. He was and is aware of all of the efforts made towards electoral reform, some of these studies or reports commissioned by his administration. He is aware of the ruling or opinion of the highest court for Dominica, the CCJ, with respect to the last election, that it was tainted, that we should not allow another election to be conducted in Dominica under the same conditions and rules, particularly the voters list. So there was this expectation, legitimate expectation of the people of Dominica that there would be electoral reform before another election is called after the 2019 general election. So he was acting in bad faith towards the people of Dominica, and the president of Dominica should be aware and should note that. So the only moral action that the president of Dominica should do is to reverse his decision. If he was not aware of those issues, he is now aware, and we will put in writing, so he gets it in writing and act in the interest of the public. So the cause is very strong, it's justified, and it is the right thing to do. I am pledging $500 in addition to efforts being made for this cause.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr.
Awesome.
Baptist. We certainly appreciate this support, and thank you so much as well for your
I would
intervention.
like to encourage all, particularly supporters of the United Workers' Party, to please call and give your support, financial support, material support for the cause. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Daniel.
Sorry, can you repeat your name, please?
You are aware that I have made a contribution on the
DCLF, okay.
website
Okay.
in the amount of $50.
Okay.
Well, $100, 50 for me and 50 for somebody who wants to remain anonymous.
Okay. And what you said your name was, please?
I'm sorry?
Your name, we did not quite get the name.
My name is Emma Daniel, but the contribution
Emma
was made
Daniel.
under Vera Daniel.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yes.
All right.
Thank you very much. Much appreciation.
All right. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. And also, all right. Thanks a lot. Another individual in making a donation through Netcliffe, his name is David Joseph. David Joseph, $100 contribution coming through Netcliffe. All right. So we are continuing there. The numbers, of course, keep the numbers going there. It's 616-4257 on the DG line. And of course, you can reach us as well. You can reach us as well via WhatsApp. You can reach us there. We have, and also if you're making a contribution here in Dominica, you can drop it off at the station. You can drop it off at the station, please, and then you can drop it at the station for us, as many individuals are doing. We appreciate the support of so many of you that are coming out there at the station, bringing us that support. Thank you so much to all of you. It's certainly a good thing to see the number of persons who are dropping in at the studios of Q95 to personally deliver their support to this very important cause. Reminding you, of course, that next Thursday, from 3 o'clock, major rally, peaceful protest rally, well within the constitutional rights of every single Dominican, our right to protest, our right to stand firm. That is happening this Thursday at 3 o'clock on the Bayfront. So we want you to come up here in your whites in support of this very important event. And this money is going, these contributions that you're doing is going towards ensuring that persons can be brought from the various parts of Dominica. It's also going towards placards and different means to encourage and to mobilize the people of Dominica. So we want all of you to be a part of this. We want you to take this very seriously because we are at a very important crossroads in Dominica where the need for electoral reform is so powerful. The need for electoral reform is a definite must. That is where we are. We need your support in that regard. We are continuing to encourage you to use all means possible online, netclif.com, netclif.org rather, NIDCLF, netclif.org, to do this. We are also encouraging you to bring out your support to us here at the station and all week long. If you can also do that. If you're doing Western Union, you can send it to Johnston, Boston, so that we can in fact get your pledges of support. But importantly, you can use this NIDCLF account, NIDCLF, and you can do that online, and you can do that to get to us there in this very important cause. And Bernard, of course, the people are responding very, very positively. They're reaching out to us.
That's very encouraging. That's very encouraging. It shows that just like us, like the leadership, the people themselves are very fed up with what is going on, and they're voting not just with their voices, but they're voting with their resources, which shows you that they're committed to making change happen. And we have a responsibility, of course, as leadership, to see that those funds aggregated, to see those funds mobilized into a real impactful campaign that we can use to free our country from the tyranny under which it is. And we want to say this because I think a lot of people think that because we chose not to participate in the elections, that we will not be campaigning. But I would say we intend to campaign vigorously the length and breadth of Dominica to bring the word out to people on why we need to remove this government, why the alternative coalition forces are the preferred people to lead our country into a new day, into a new way of life, really. Our way of life in Dominica has degraded very significantly. We no longer are the sort of people we were. We no longer have the sort of economy we once did. We no longer have a sense of safety and peace that we once did. When I was a child growing up, a murder was an outrageous event, a shocking event. Today, murders occur at such a regular basis that we have become almost callous to it. It shocks us no more. Robberies shock us no more. Deaths by being shot in your hospital bed is not even that shocking anymore. The rate of accidents increases exponentially. Some of that is due to increased traffic, but some of that clearly is due to a disregard for human life, a disregard especially for the rules. We see people breaking the rules every day on the roads, and that results in fatalities and accidents, even for the innocent bystanders or innocent folks driving their vehicles. So
Yes, indeed.
on all fronts, we see a deterioration of a social fabric.
Absolutely. Here's what we're going to do. We have a very important indication. And interesting enough, the region is catching up on what's going on in Dominica. I received a call from a French radio station, this morning, asking what's going on in Dominica. They want to know, is the Prime Minister really not giving electoral reform? Is he really going up again for another term? Those kinds of questions. And they wanted to do an interview. I'm building that in the region in St. Lucia. The St. Lucian press has been quite alive with the fact that this should not happen. Importantly, one of the strategies of the Prime Minister, Wickham, has said that he's not in favor, that he expects the right action is to boycott. So there is a growing chorus, and there is a political scientist out of Barbados who has a very important opinion on this. So let's listen to this.
This is the lunchtime edition of the latest from Starcom Network News. In the headlines, political scientist Dr. Christina Hines has knocked the calling of snap elections in the region, saying it's not good for democracy. Her comments came following the Prime Minister of Dominica, Roosevelt Skerritt's announcement over the weekend that Dominica will have elections this year, 2 years earlier than constitutionally due. Speaking to Starcom Network News, Dr. Hines said, snap elections do not benefit democracy, and it speaks to how elections are held in the region.
in a way that tends to be kind of ad hoc and about the imperatives of political parties more so than the well-being of democracy. And I say this because the way in which we call these snap elections, I don't think it's conducive to democratic process. I don't think it is conducive to allowing people to make the kind of considered choices that we would want them to make in an electoral process. And this is the issue I have with the calling of snap elections, as we saw in Barbados this year, as we're seeing again in Dominica.
Political scientist Dr. Christina Hines.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much for this. And that is the sentiment, growing sentiment. And of course, it makes no sense, especially that's why mature democracies like the United States have a fixed date every 4 years that cannot be changed, That is what a mature democracy now. It's not about, you see, this thing is not a game of marble hole, where you try to fool your opponent and pretend that you can do it in a way, you do all sorts of tricks and so on. There's a reason for this in our democracy,
Can you imagine if the American system and electoral process was like ours, that Donald Trump would be there for life?
You better believe
he will be
this.
calling snap elections every year.
He'll be there for life.
Once the polls indicate that he's popular, they're going to call a snap election.
Yes, indeed.
But it's a very, very important point about our political maturity and the maturity of our process. We are almost 50 years into a democracy, and for the Caribbean, but Dominican needs to blaze its own path and decide we are going to construct institutions, rules, and do the constitutional changes necessary to make us a serious, considered, and mature democracy. And one of the things that is very important, and we believe in the Freedom Party very strongly in this, is the need for constitutional change to initiate a set election date and time. We can't continue to, as we said, play marble hole with the democratic process. Some things are sacred, and the democratic process of elections is a sacred duty, is a sacred aspect that the nation has. And for us to continue to do this foolishness with that sacred symbol of democracy is just untenable. And we, as the Dominican people, have to rise above that and say we will set an example where in the Caribbean, in this parliamentary system, that feature has served its time. It's obsolete. It was set up to allow political advantage to the incumbent. It goes back all the way to when governors wanted to keep control of the natives. And we need to say it is time for us to be a mature democracy.
All right, let's go to the telephones. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon. Hi, Ms. Darampo. How are you?
Well, I'm just there, feeling depressed in a country like this. I don't know. I've never felt so before. But since I heard the election, I said, well, see, that thing where they're talking about Mr. Scary said already, that he wanted a one-party state. Because he said, why the need for opposition? He was in Portsmouth, I think, that time when he was saying that. And I believe that I'm a Christian person, Catholic. I believe in God. One-party state is not what I think I want. I believe I can make decisions for myself, and the decision I should make is that at least somebody there to oversee, we come up with ideas, and we do what we have to do. No one man cannot run anything. Am I wrong or right, Mr. Fountain?
You're absolutely correct. That should not be the case. Yeah.
And Mr. Mustard, I want to say something to you.
Yes.
I never got a chance to say that, and I wanted to say, but maybe it's a good time because everybody
Mm-hmm.
I was never a freedom right. And it's under Mamu, I got more things to go and study and to upgrade me in my work that I reached where I am today.
Yeah,
I have
great.
retired. And I had to say to you, so Freedom Party did not do me good. Did me very good, although I didn't vote for them.
Yes.
And sometimes you need to tell people it as it is.
Yes.
Mr. Fountain, if you can go and fix up Sudan and all when you fixing their money and their problem, I would be very happy to if you could come and fix up our economy because our economy not good. Mr. Fountain, I lost my only child. Nobody worry. Nobody stay. They just make mercy with me. And I am without a child. There's no, how you call that now, there's a forensic. I don't know if they get it, if they don't get it. He just said something today, next day they say another thing. And I am telling you that I am not a young person. I have loved my country, and that is why I want to stay here. And right now, it is troubling me. Very, very troublesome. Mr. Fontaine, come and fix the economy for us. Please, in Dominica, let young people get on the move. Young people just by the road sit down in only wrong things. I mean, we are our brother's keeper. They just going around, tell Scary to do this, tell that one you're not for this party, and he just us who might be that good on Dominica. I don't hate Mr. Scary, personally, Prime Minister, okay?
Yes.
Because his mother and sisters have done me very well. Because I went to Guadeloupe and spent some time with them. Even when my child died, she took me at her home and she said, me, no, I just eat free and drink free. But I may not like your policy, moderator.
Mhm.
But not because I don't like your policy, that if you don't doing me things, I haven't achieved anything in Dominica. They take my land and house in Westfield. They say I labor, I freedom. Not work freedom, not workers, so I must get paid. They go back in Loda. They take my husband land, no money. How am I going to make myself the person I would like to be? So what I work for is being taken away from. What I going to have for later for me to eat? Nobody gets all the money they are giving out. Only labor the person gave me security in the night. Workers don't get anything because they put me there. But I don't worry with that. I have a mind of my own. I choose what I want. But we really need to help. And I think it's scary to helping, you know. I believe maybe he had get a little bit, you know.
Mhm.
So let us be a little sorry for Mr. Scary. I don't hate him. But Mr. Scary, I don't like your policy. I believe in justice. I believe in equality. And I believe in every man getting what they deserve. Our neighbors respect one another. Our neighbor bringing story. And nobody's happy. I'm a very happy person now. I'm not telling a lie. I'm not telling you all a lie. I'm telling you all the truth. And I would like that thing that he put them. You know, when I lay down Sunday and I heard the Prime Minister was going to address them, I thought it was about the thing that happened up there in the east. When I hear election, I think, what happened there? What is that secretary really saying? And then I went over to see, well, after he finished announcing, he would have spoken about the people in the east. Up to now, I don't hear nothing, no? No, man.
Yes.
Anyway, let me tell
Yes.
you, I'm not taking up more for your time.
Yes.
But
All right.
I have suffered in Dominica. Because of workers, I have suffered. And I really want God to put it on in Dominica. We need help, we need healing, we need togetherness. Bye-bye. Good afternoon.
Thank you very
All
much.
right, thank you,
Jackie,
thank you.
Professor Caller, and that is such an
We feel a pain.
we feel her pain. We feel her pain, and that's the sort of pain that we hear and we feel everywhere that we go around. I mean, it's so heartbreaking. And by the way, ma'am, condolences on the passing of your only son or your only child. We really, one can only imagine how distraught you are. And as you said, you're a very unhappy person. Not only with this, with the persecution that you're suffering at the hands of this administration. How can a government so be pernicious to punish citizens, to take away the opportunities from citizens, to be vindictive towards citizens? How can a state take its resources, the might of the state, and go after innocent, small people who are insignificant in comparison to the power of the state, and bring the might of the state to exclude people, to persecute people, to take away property of people, to deny them opportunities, to discriminate against them? That is just untenable. We cannot continue in a country like this. And as the lady said, under the Freedom Party, and this is not a party discussion, but under this different regime, back in the day, our political cultures were different. All would benefit, all who qualified, all who deserved would be able to make their way in life. And that's the sort of government that this coalition group is fighting for. Is those sort of values, is that social culture that we're fighting for, to go back to the time where a fair process was evident, regardless of your political stripes. If you're competent, if you're capable, you should be given the right. And to take that away is to take away democracy away, because you're basically saying, unless you support me, I hold the threat of economic assassination over your head.
Yes.
If you're against me, I hold the threat of social isolation over your head. And that cannot be democracy. And we have to go in a different direction. This is what we're fighting for now. We're putting our foot down on this.
Yes. In fact, I have a friend from the US who is pledging $100 that he said he will use he'll go online to do it from Thompson. $100.
100, okay.
Now, in a country where the laws are being, exercised properly, by a regime that understands its role as a government, yes, you can acquire somebody's land for public purposes, but you have to pay them the going value for the land.
In a timely manner.
In a timely manner. You can't take the person land in Wesley and take the person land in the valley, and then you just decide, well, that is it. And the person is waiting on you for their money, and you feel you have the right to take it. It's only hooligans who behave that way, honestly speaking, not the government. It's only hooligans who operate in that way. So, as you said, Bernard, we feel her pain, as Thompson said, we feel her pain, and we understand what she's going through. And in fact, a gentleman came in there, a few of them came in to make the pledge, and one was dancing. He told me, man, I like this move. I like this move where I can see a sign of unity in the country of those forces that have been talking and asking for the good things to happen.
Yes.
We're asking the government to amend your ways, change your crooked policies, and follow the policies of empowerment and govern the country in a more decent way. And the guy make his pledge, but was happy dancing. He liked that move. And I think the rest of Dominica, I sure would like that move, because because what we're doing really is not merely for us, it's for the future of this country. And electoral reform is not for Roosevelt's carrot, it's not for UWP, it's not for Freedom Party. It is for the country. Jamaica had a similar issue, but they never acted the way he acted to call election 2.5 years before. You just to talk some foolishness about the cut them with their pants down. It's a game you're playing. You're a prime minister. You want to cut them working, earning, have a better life, and so forth. And on a platform addressing your people, you see, you didn't cut them with their pants down. You cut them with their pants and underwear off. What kind of prime minister will behave so
There's no
in this
dignity.
modern society, this modern world,
But we know he
and so forth? And I was saying Jamaica at some point had an issue with electoral reform, and they went and reformed the process. They reformed the process, and every 10 years, they have what they call a verification exercise, every 10 years. Because the example is, you could come to Roseau, you meet a girlfriend, you marry her, you take her to your village. She in Roseau as Paula something, Paula Roseau, her name is Roseau, in Roseau. And then take her to Grand Fond. She married to a Grand Fond man, and then she moved to Grand Fond, and she is now Paula Simon in Grand Fond. She registered in Grand Fond as Paula Simon, but she's in Roseau registered as Paula Roseau. So she can vote in Grand Fond on that surname, her married surname, and come and vote in Roseau on her original surname. So Jamaica took this. Now what they do, every 10 years, they do a verification of the list. Like somebody you register as a 18-year-old person, you register, 18-year-old man or woman. And then when you register, you're probably a school teacher or probably a domestic worker.
Right.
And today you go to school, you learn now you're a professor, you're this, you're something.
Right.
But how many years later, if you don't go and do it yourself, your name is still there, registered as a domestic worker. So all of these things, the reform will take care of to clean up the list as we go along and so forth. And that is what we have been asking for. Mr. Cole is coming. That's what we have been asking for the last 14 years. It's not 3 years, it's 14 years we're on that road,
All right, let's go to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. 20 past 2 or 4 o'clock.
Yeah, good afternoon, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Yes, good
Very
afternoon.
interesting program.
Thanks.
Yeah. Bosso,
Yes?
what's up?
I'm fine. How are you? Huh?
That's black pepper there,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Just don't
Everything
burn,
good?
just don't burn too much.
Yeah.
Black
I'm listening to you put everything in perspective,
Yes, yes.
And you're calling, I heard you a while ago calling for the government to change your ways and, be more comfortable and everything. Am I right?
Yes, yes, they have to. That's
Right.
what government is for.
Yeah. Well, Bosso, you're wrong,
Hmm?
That time around, you're wrong. Right now, to be honest, now, what you just say, you're wrong.
Yes, explain.
We have waited 20 years, given a chance, 20 years, compromise, 20 years. We're not compromising again. Time up. You listening to me?
I'm hearing you, yes. Mhm.
You have one reason why you are here today. You have one reason why you sat on a panel bipartisanly. Right?
Yes,
It
yes.
forced every independent organization to come together because of the satisfactory operation and governance of Dominica. You did not come together to give better advice to amend how nobody does anything in Dominica. That is not the reason for coming together bipartisanly right now. The bipartisan front you'll have now, the panels, the discussion is to give people in Dominica, there is hope of a different group, a collective set of people made up of different organizations who share different ideologies, but for once in life realize everything has to come together once and for all to take us out as Dominicans where we at, to put the economy where it needs to be. And with that energy, we're not asking nobody that there to fix nothing again. Change that conversation. It's up. Time up. Time to go. Let's mobilize the people. The problem right now is you all need to put a front, a collective front imagery of hope for people that doesn't see it, that cannot see it, and then we will take it from there. You listening to me, boss?
Yes, we're listening.
Yes. That's not joking. Listen to me very carefully. This is not joking. Nobody want no panel for nobody to sound intelligent anymore. We know and respect all of you guys' value already. Do you understand what I'm saying? The forum right now is present the alternative to the people. Do not partake in elections. We will take it from there and make sure the environment is conducive for that united front to come in and continue. I don't want to say continue because it does start. Erase the wrong of Dominica and put back Dominica on track. Present yourself bipartisanly for the people. No election, don't go into election. Just show us who is standing by to run the country. We will make way for all you. Do not do nothing. Preserve all yourself. Stay safe. Stay away from harm's way because we need you all to do the work. You don't compromise your safety hoping to go into work the next day. You don't have that. We Dominicans will take care of that. Do you understand what I'm saying?
We hear you loud and clear.
There's no intention to do it in a violent way, but there is intention to make the government of Dominica see the people are in control of this country and not one man. It doesn't take violence to show that. It takes every single Dominican to stand up in Roseau, no work, no school, nothing, no violence, no fire, no stone. We just not moving until who needs to clear the way for who can do the work to come and fix the problem. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you all, everybody giving Labour a time. We're giving you all a time now. I put that on the table. As the alternative, you all need to organize yourself, present yourself to the people, and establish that corner of hope. We will take it from there. You all now have a small time to do that. Okay?
Okay.
So let's put things in control. We will take it from there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, caller. Let's take some more of your calls, your contributions. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon. I need to have a voter ID card. The reason for that is some time back I went to Western Union to pick up some money and they asked me for an ID. I presented the ID and they asked me for a second ID. So I have to show them two IDs to verify that is the individual that is coming to pick up the money. How on this earth you have people with the same name and the same surname and there is no voter ID card? Why there is no voter ID card? Is it because when people are voting in general tribal leaders all over the world to have an ID to substantiate that that is going to vote. Only in Dominica. Only in Dominica. I mean, come on, man. Come on. This is becoming a joke now. This is really, and I'm thinking. I'm thinking because if I don't speak, my children will never have a future. And for our children, I'm not speaking only for my children, I'm speaking for these voiceless, and I'm speaking for all of the children. I'm speaking for the elderly, I'm speaking for the people who are crying, I'm speaking for the people who are afraid to express their views in a democratic country. Is that right? Cannot be right. So I need a voter ID card to substantiate that is the person that is going to vote. I mean, can you imagine in the last election, get people get up and vote? Let people get up and vote. My grandmother died probably about 15 years back, and one of the persons that was working in the polling station called me to tell me if my grandmother died, but somebody come to vote on my grandmother list. If that individual had an ID card, that would not be able to happen. That would just not happen. That's just rule, and Dominicans have to stand up and say, enough is enough, and rest to their country.
Thank you very much.
Once and for all.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. More telephone calls. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Thompson, and good afternoon to all of you. Also, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. How are you?
I'm very well.
Sure.
My name is Randy Rodney. I'm the first.
Oh.
And also, on behalf of Kingdom Connections Incorporated, we will pledge $500 towards the effort.
Good.
And we are doing that because we believe that Scripture says all things are lawful, but not all things are expedient. I think the Constitution must be regarded as the people's document, and the people can change the Constitution. The people must be benefiting from the Constitution. And you can't, as has happened recently, promise to give the people free and fair elections. And then, because the law permits you to do it, you turn around and you call elections. We don't think it's fair. We don't think it's right. It's not morally right. It might be legally right, but not morally right. And so that needs to change.
Yes.
And it needs to change now. That is long in coming. That has been too long in coming. And so at Kingdom Connections, we believe that that has to change. And that's where we put our support. And we ask people to support that move because it's for the good of the entire population. The country must be run in a manner that all 67,000 of us have a fair share of the pie of the country at any given time, not a selected few. And that's why we're pledging that. Thank you very much for your efforts, gentlemen.
All right. Thank you. And thank you as well for your support. We just want to encourage our listeners to keep calling the lines to make your contributions of support. That is in support of the efforts to really push back against this lack of electoral reform. And that's taking place actually this coming week. The major event this coming week on Thursday is the protest rally scheduled for 3 o'clock on the Bayfront in Roseau. And we encourage you to continue to support. Of course, if you're just joining us, we want to thank you for doing that. And let me remind you that the best, the easiest place to send your support is at Nidcliffe, NIDCLF, nidcliffe.org, and hit the donate button to do that. And also, if you are around the Roseau area, you can drop into the Q studios. We have been receiving contributions all afternoon long at the radio station. You can also send us a note on WhatsApp, 767-617-6482. Let's go back to the overseas lines. Good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Go ahead, please.
Yes, it's me again.
Yes.
I'm pledging 100 US on behalf of Emma Sanford, 100 US.
All right.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Thank you very much for the pledge. We appreciate it.
Yes.
Marceline Edwards, yes.
But
yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Sure.
Okay, we still have to indicate who is going to come to at thing. So we'll
work that out.
We'll work that
And
out
get back to
and
her.
get back to her.
Yes.
With this. All right. So these are the different ways. We just want to encourage you to support us. Now I got this very important clip. It's a very short one that I would like to play for you. I've not listened to it, so I'm taking a chance by just playing it without first listening. But I think it should be okay coming from the person that sent it to me. I'm assuming he listened to it. So let's just play this as we move along.
Rescue Dominica from the coffers of crime and disaster? Who will rescue Dominica from the diplomatic pirates who disgrace her? Who will rescue Dominica from abuse, corruption, and curry favor? Who will rescue Dominica from the tyrants of immoral behavior? Who will help Dominica to protect her beauty and splendor? Who will help Dominica to keep her head above water? Who will help Dominica to fight the battle against hunger? Who will help Dominica to overcome the fears that haunt her? Who will lament for Dominica when the claws of communism clutch her? Who will lament for Dominica when the pangs of labor grip her? Who will lament for Dominica when power and greed exploit her? Who will lament for Dominica when her very own forsake her?
All right. Yes, and thanks to this known person there for this, indeed. And that's why we are standing up, Bernard. That's why we are standing up.
That's right.
Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. Okay, we missed the caller. Let's try this again. Caller, good afternoon.
Hello, gentlemen. Good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. My name is Aaron Del Thomas, usually referred to as a man from Lacusetna. I want to affirm your efforts here this afternoon, compliment you, Bosso, brother Ito.
That's right, Ito, that's correct, yes.
And all for the great work that you're doing for Dominica, the great sacrifices you're making for the development of democracy in this country. So I want to thank you all very much. I came in a while ago and sent my pledge to confirm that I support the effort 100% and more. So may God continue to bless your efforts. I know it's a difficult way, it's a difficult road ahead, but it's not a road that is impossible, that is impossible to traverse. And I'm confident, I'm absolutely confident that the victory is on our side because this is the right side to be on. So I thank you all so much for the work that you're doing. And the brother was there earlier, Mr. Baron.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Continue the good work, and I hope people can pledge, call in, or quietly, whatever way you can find you're comfortable with, make your contribution to this great effort. All the best to you, gentlemen. Thank you so much.
All right, and thank you as well for your contribution. We have a very interesting thing. Apparently, this thing has been picked up across the globe, and we have this one coming, I believe, from India Media on this. Let's listen to this.
House group are taken seriously. Dominica is one of the freest nations on the planet. It has been given 93 points out of 100. Impressive, right? But this impression fades immediately as soon as one looks into the facts and the ground reality. Hi and welcome to TFI Global Caribbean. TFI Global's channel is specially dedicated to the land of sun and sand. I'm your host, Atul Mishra. Let's begin. Dominica, a Western ally in the Caribbean, has to be one of the most corrupt nations in the world. The ruling party, Dominica Labour Party, has hijacked the democratic institutions of the country, annihilated the opposition, and established one-party rule in the nation over the last 22 years. The current head of state, Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, has seemingly fixated himself on the PM chair. He has been ruling Dominica for 19 years now, and now he is eyeing to become the leader for life by pulling a fast one on the opposition. Dominica went into elections in 2019, where the ruling party won 18 seats out of 21 amid allegations of massive election fraud and government-backed rigging. The main opposition party, United Workers' Party, or the UWP, argued that electoral results in 10 constituencies should be overturned due to fraud and bribery. After the elections, the UWP announced it will never participate in the election process until electoral reforms are rolled out. As per the UWP, the country is in dire need of electoral reforms to upend the sorry state of democracy in the country. The issuances of picture identification cards and a cleansing of voters list are two major demands that the opposition has been raising for over the last 3 years. Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit has appointed Sir Dennis, a former president of the Trinidad-based Caribbean Court of Justice, or the CCJ, to lead the electoral reform process, but allegations arrive that Sir Dennis is on the government's payroll and is deliberately putting the issue on the back burner to give leeway to the Prime Minister. As per a report by Sun Dominica, Sir Dennis's one-man consultancy has already cost Dominican taxpayers more than $450,000. This shows that the allegations of corruption being leveled by the opposition are not unfounded, but are legitimate. After breaching his own deadline and promises several times, Sir Dennis finally declared that he will be proposing the required electoral reforms in 2 phases. In the first phase, reform draft would be released by the end of November 2022. Now, in a move aimed at circumventing these impending reforms, the Roosevelt-Skerrit administration has announced snap elections to be held in the next month. The Prime Minister recently announced on TV, "I want the year 2023 to begin with a fresh mandate given to a fresh Labour team to commence the work of building post-COVID Dominica." He added, "I am proposing a national reset, but opposition and experts have set the alarm bell ringing." The UWP in a statement said on the night when the country was expected to hear the Prime Minister lead the call to support those affected, Mr. Skerrit decided to place his personal interests ahead of the country. This announcement must be condemned by all Dominicans as an affront to our democracy and an insult to our people, the party further said. Dominicans cannot be asked at this time to participate in another national election without meeting at least 2 basic election standards, namely a clean voters list reflecting the persons who can legally vote and national ID cards available to all legitimate voters. With this, the UWP has also boycotted the upcoming snap elections. They have vowed not to participate in the electoral process until reforms are implemented. In fact, Dominica's neighbor, St. Lucia, has also expressed concerns over the declaration of snap elections by Skerrit and supported UWP's calls for reform.
All right. That is there. Very interesting. It shows that this is getting a lot of international press and coverage.
Yeah, because I mean, all reasonable people everywhere can see exactly the transparency of the moment. The moment is quite transparent. It's a naked play by Mr. Skerrit to subvert all attempts to have electoral reform in this country. He seems hell-bent on holding election only on the playing field that he has determined, only under the rules that he has determined, and he is hell-bent on making sure that this is the only way elections take place. And so that is what we're saying. We can no longer participate in a set of rules, in a set of games that Mr. Skerrit has defined. We would be foolish to keep doing so. Not only would we be foolish from an elections point of view or from political point of view, but we would be doing an injustice and an disservice to Dominicans to let them think that such a process is legitimate, to normalize this process, to make it okay, to have our Dominican friends and family accept the psychological judo that somehow that this is the way elections can be done and should be conducted. And so we simply refuse to validate this process. We refuse to say that this is legitimate and this should be normalized in our democracy. We simply cannot do this any longer.
Yes, indeed. And let me remind you, of course, that we are still taking your pledges of support in this very important cause as we stand up. You know, it's important for us to show support for this, those of us on the side of freedom, on the side of democracy. And we encourage you to send your pledges. And of course, you can call us at 449-3095, 3096-3097. And online, you can make your pledges as well at NIDCLF, NIDCLF.org, NIDCLF.org. And in the meantime, as we await more of your calls, let me just read this news release there from the St. Lucia United Workers' Party. It says St. Lucia's United Workers' Party supports electoral reform before elections in Dominica. The United Workers' Party of St. Lucia stands in solidarity with the United Workers' Party in the Commonwealth of Dominica in its decision to boycott the general election called on 6 December 2022 by PM Roosevelt Skerrit, despite the fact that election reform is needed to facilitate free and fair elections. Prime Minister Skerrit has completely disregarded the will of the people with the announcement of snap elections before electoral standards have been put in place. Sir Dennis Byron, former president of the Caribbean Court of Justice, had been tasked with preparing a report on Dominica's electoral reform, which the Prime Minister promised to table in Parliament. Recently, Byron had written to Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit as well as the opposition leader Lennox Linton, indicating that he was working towards expediting the presentation of my recommendations for the improvement of the electoral process in the Commonwealth of Dominica. Despite this, the government of Dominica has reneged on the promise of election reform, which stood as a priority to the people of Dominica during the last election. Although a schedule of timelines for the improvement to the electoral process, the draft registration of electors bill and draft registration of electors regulations are with both the government and opposition for review. And the government has chosen to subject the people of Dominica to the same inadequate and unjust electoral processes that existed in the last election and to which Dominicans raised strong objection. Without the promised electoral reform, Dominica's been deprived of the democratic right to due process and fair elections. We support and encourage the Dominica opposition United Workers' Party to stand firm in its commitment to ensuring the electoral process meets election standards. Anything less is than firm adherence to the tenets of a well-functioning democracy is regressive. It is imperative that our region continues to strengthen its democracy.
And Thompson, while you read that, very, very good. I just want to say a call is there. Let's take this call.
All right, let's continue. Of course, we are taking the calls as they come to us here in the studios at 16 before 5. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon. I was forced to call. Now, is it the opposition of St. Lucia party?
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
Okay, was them that government in power last election that sent the SSR to Dominica?
Well, apparently, what I got from them, though, they were misled as to what the reason Skerrit gave them, and when they realized what it was, they pulled out their troops. They pulled them out.
No, but as soon as that happened, as soon as they came in the island, they were supposed to know that. So I think the UWP in St. Lucia, that is the opposition now, should take that back. They're not coming. That I'm not drinking that. You know what I mean? I find that is nonsense. Yes. Anyway, thank you very much.
All right, caller. All right, caller. Thank you very much. We have a pledge of EC $50 from Julieta, so we want to add this to the pledge as well. Come via WhatsApp.
No, I was making the point that the new Democratic Party of St. Vincent and the Grenadines also, pledged their solidarity with the team effort, the united team effort, to take a stand on what is happening
for democracy
and to ensure that the process, because they're well aware. For example, the leader is a PhD in law, so he knows Sir Dennis Byron very well, and Sir Dennis Byron would not want to have himself in that kind of confusion, and so on. So we have the solidarity, and we thank them for that, as well as the
movement is growing.
It's growing, as long as the New National Party in Grenada.
Mm-hmm. Indeed. And more pledges of support. This one from Alicia. She's pledging $100 that she will drop off on Monday.
Yes.
So another pledge of support, $100 from Alicia.
Yes.
All right. And we want to encourage you to please send in your support. Of course, we will give you a rundown from the Netcliffe site. We are waiting for an update on that. But many of you have gone to the site to make your contributions, and we want to thank you for that. Of course, the idea of this is to provide resources that can allow us to really stand firm and will allow the conduct of different activities, including including, and that's one, we would like to encourage you to come out on Thursday in your numbers in a very peaceful protest on Thursday at 3 p.m. on the Bayfront.
Somebody's asking that you give the website again and
Yes.
do it slowly.
Yes, the website. Okay. I'm going to give it slowly, and it is N for Nancy, I for Island, D for David, C for Country, L for Larry, and F for Frank. netclef.org. All right, let's go back to the telephones with your call. Good afternoon. All right, let's try this again. Good afternoon, caller.
Hey, good afternoon, Dr. Fontaine.
Yes, good afternoon.
And good afternoon to the rest of the guys in studio with you.
Thank you.
I just came home and I just joined in. So now I'm getting the explanation. I want to pledge in $100.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Mervyn. We appreciate
my
this.
brother.
Yes.
You know, you have the information already. You know,
Yes, we have you.
Okay, nice.
All right, thanks a lot,
Okay, take it
Mervyn.
up.
And of course, others can do like Mervyn and pledge your support for these events that are coming up this week. It's about standing firm. It's about standing strong. It's a coalition that we're building for electoral reform, and we encourage all of you to be a part of this and to really take part in helping to build this as we move ahead. It's 12 before the hour 5 o'clock. Remember, we are here until 6 o'clock, so you have just a little over an hour to make your pledge.
Let's make it the power
of
hour.
support.
Let's make it the power hour.
So
Yes.
why don't we take a quick music break, and we'll be right back with a lot more from you, the listener.
It's the story about your karma. King Bomb reporting for duty. Because God is so silent, man taking full advantage. So now and then examples are sent to emphasize this message. As a man sows shall he reap, whether or not he believes in it. Nobody can protect you when karma comes back to get you. All man like to do is wrong, abuse his power and his position, until his karma comes around. Big man like Saddam, Chavez and Gaddafi just be begging for mercy, crying like a baby. So all those who think they have power, karma coming. Any minute, any hour, karma coming. When you want to crush a position, karma coming. Today you up, tomorrow you don't, karma coming. Karma comes to kings and powerful men. It's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a prime minister becomes a kidnapper, then one day he travel and you hear him missing. Guess what? Karma coming. Boom, boom, boom. Mama, yo! Loose me now! Mama, yo! When you using your position to keep another person down, or victimizing your fellow man just to please a politician. When you stealing your neighbor's things, you don't plant it, but you harvest it. You wondering how come you're stuck. It's karma and not bad luck. When you maintaining your position by supporting what is wrong, you will make money, yes, you will profit. But in the end, In the end, you can't go with it. Can't go with it. Now you wondering, was it all worth it? So when you doing evil things, karma coming, and you thinking you escaping, karma coming. You win your case with the best lawyer, karma coming. No, for sure, it is not over, karma coming. Hey! Karma comes to kings, even the lowest of men. It's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a police officer brutalizing a protester, the day he take off that uniform that protected him, guess what? Karma coming. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Ayo. Mama, yo, 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 yeah. You know a man is doing wrong. You defend him, you even join him. You expect him to do good to you when bad is all he knows to do. So in all this evil going round, life holds one consolation. No one gets away with wrong. Nothing new under the sun. Men who chase after power and wealth, who think they're gods unto themselves, when even the biggest of fools know that in this life, empty you come, you stay for a while and you better do what's right, cause you know it's empty you'll go. So tell the cops and the police, karma coming. Those who dispense selected justice, karma coming. Tell the bias president, karma coming. One day soon he stood with them, karma coming. Hey. Karma comes to kings, popes and presidents. It's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a political party, through deceit and bribery, staying in power just to keep people suffering, guess what? Karma coming. All those who think they have power, karma coming. Any minute, any hour, karma coming. You win your case with the best lawyer, karma coming. No, for sure, it is not over, karma coming. Karma comes to kings, even the lowest of men. It's a natural justice thing. Say what? Karma coming. Keep on the freedom man. Mama, yo, 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 yo.
All right, all right. We are back here. It's 5 before the hour of 5 o'clock. We're approaching the final hour of this radiothon for in support of the Coalition for Electoral Reform. That's what we're pushing. That's what we're encouraging. And just to remind our listeners that those of you that are pledging, we want to, of course, thank you for doing that. But others of you, we just want to encourage you to, volunteer for the cause, all right? In the coming days, there'll be lots of opportunities to volunteer, lots of opportunities to participate, all right? When there is a call to come out in protest, put on your white shirt, print your T-shirts and come out in support, all right? You want to show it. And in the villages and hamlets across Dominica, put up the cardboard posters, the plywood posters that says no election, no reform, or no reform, no election, okay? Do what you have to do. Let's mobilize. Let's get that done here in Dominica. And at the same time, let's go back to the telephones with your calls. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon.
Yes, Doc.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just want to pledge my solidarity, and of course, I want to express my interest, and I'm in it at all costs, at all fronts. Actually, as we speak, I'm driving. I'm on my way to another meeting, another engagement, and it's one to the next. And however, I want to, of course, pledge $50 towards the cause. And right about now, it is important that all Dominicans get into that movement.
Yes.
Yes, indeed, indeed.
Thank you. We have you covered. So we know who it is. We have you covered. And $50. Should we say your name, or should you say your name? Call is gone.
All right, caller. Thank you.
you.
Thank you very much. All right, it's 3 before 5 o'clock, and as I said, we've been there since 1 o'clock. But we are expecting an update from the Netcliffe site that we've been focused on as well. But we want to thank the over 50 persons so far who've called in their support for us, and of course we can do a lot better, Dominica. This is a situation that's going to impact all of us ultimately. I think every single Dominican. No one should think that if we're in a country that is, for example, there's the likelihood, if this election goes ahead, that Dominica becomes a pariah state. Dominica could be cut off from the rest of the world. You know, that's a real possibility. The country,
yes.
You know, and then at the end of the day, all of us are going to suffer. So I think it's a cause and that everybody should be a part of and should participate in.
I think Dominicans have to start to focus on is we have political parties, and the reason for political parties is to prepare themselves to be organized, to compete, and to give the electorates an opportunity or choice in election matters. But in small countries like ours, and I think the government, the Labour Party is trying their very best to confuse the electorates. Now, when you're in opposition in small islands like ours, it's very difficult to keep things going because most of us, or all of us in those parties, put our hands in our own pocket to keep it going. Those in government, they have salaries, they have perks, they have allowances, they can walk into the airport with a briefcase of money, and on the immunity they pass through. They can make all tricks that have to woo candidates to run for them who are in the public service. The opposition parties in small islands like ours have it very difficult in the sense because in some countries, the taxpayers make or provide what you call a grant or subvention to the political parties to contest or to operate. Let's take a call. I see we have a call.
Oh, yes, we do on the overseas line. So let's get to that. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Yes, good afternoon.
My name is Thaddeus James.
Yes.
AKA Black Pepper.
Yes.
Again, I called
you called a
while ago. I'm pledging 200 US to the cause to liberate my island.
Yes. Well, will you do it on the site? Will you do it on the site?
I am a graduate. I graduated in 1993 from St. Mary's Academy, and my class seated 40 students. I am one out of the 40. There are 39 more left like me. I expect them to call. If I do it, they can do it. I'm from Kentville. If I do it, my neighbor can do it. To call and pledge and support faith in your country. There's nothing past that. It is not political, it's not patriotism. It's patriotism on the line right now.
Yes.
I'm not compromising anything past that. 200 US. I am going to go and do a job tomorrow, Sunday. I'm a general contractor, handyman services. And I'm going to take that exact money and donate it on that blessed Sabbath. You see that Sabbath we have to remember and keep holy?
Yes.
Well, I'm one of those who don't believe in just theory. I believe in practice. What the Lord set us out to do.
Yes,
and the Lord set me out to liberate and make space for my generation to come on that island.
Yes.
And I will go tomorrow. I will do what I have to do. acquire my revenue, and I'm going to send that blessed Sunday hustle for all you on the behalf
are you going
of freeing my country. And I pledge everybody up in the diaspora to make sacrifice for one common cause, not against one man, it is against freeing your country. That's the last shot we have.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Thank you very
That
much,
is the
caller.
last
Yes,
shot,
we
and
appreciate.
I'm not playing with that. Thompson, I'm not playing.
Yes, and we appreciate that support and the sacrifice and everything else that you're doing for country.
Thank you very much.
We certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Of course, we want to encourage you to keep calling and keep the pledges going. Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you. Hello, good afternoon. On the telephone, good afternoon.
Yes, Doc.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, it's me again. Someone just reminded me that you all asked for my name, and that I did not pick up, so I just called back with my name. My name is Earl Bruno,
of course.
from the most beautiful village in Dominica called Wana.
All
Yes,
right. Okay. Thanks
All
a lot.
right.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Let's continue with your telephone calls on the overseas line. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thompson.
Yes, good afternoon.
How are you, Miss Musgrave from New Jersey?
Hi. How are you doing?
I good on you?
All right. All is well.
Everything is good. Everything is good. I want to make my pledge.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm going to pledge 200 US.
$200. Okay.
And I'm going to send it to Mr. Linton.
All right. Thank you.
He know my name. He know my number. So he will take care of that. I'm going to send it there because I need the Marigot Hospital to open. I don't need it to shut down like the first one. We need our Marigot Hospital.
Right. Absolutely.
Too much people dying going to Wesley. Too much people dying going to Wesley Health Center when we have a health center and a hospital in Marigot taking more for them to break it down again on us. We need our hospital in Marigot.
Yes, indeed.
We need our hospital. Leandro Musgrave. We need our hospital in Marigot.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yes.
All right. Thanks a lot for your support. Much appreciated. All right. Let's continue with your telephone calls. And as we continue here, we're into the final hour. We're here until 6 o'clock. Taking your pledges in support of this. And let me thank all of you that have been with us all afternoon long on social media. It is so good to have you. We see several of you that have been camped out there. And in fact, let me take some of the conversations that we have been having. But before I do, let's go back to the overseas line and say good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fontaine. This is Dion George. How are you, sir?
Hi, Dion. How are you doing?
I am well. Well, let me say good afternoon to your panel. I mean, the Bosso and my good friend Bernard and the other gentleman. I don't recall his name, but good afternoon to all of you. I think it's a very good initiative, and I want to stand in solidarity with your efforts.
Thank you.
You're welcome. But my purpose for calling, Thompson, I call as the treasurer of Midcliffe. And while I am here working, I am seeing that my emails are being filled up with contributions. And so I have over 20 plus ads contributions of what I have just checked recently.
Okay.
Of donations of $100, $100. And these, I think, are US dollars. $100, $100, and $10, and $5, $50, $20. And so I'm calling to just give an update that I think it's coming in. And I would encourage the public to support this noble effort. And you can continue informing persons of the website. And other persons have texted me and told me that they are sending money directly to Dominica as well. So I think you guys are making some progress, and I want to encourage the public to support this effort, this noble effort to save democracy in Dominica.
And thank you so much for what all of you are doing. And perhaps I might give you another update later. I don't want to
Okay.
call any personal individual name,
Mhm.
but I can just let you know. You know what I mean?
Yes, yes, and that's good. It's good, and I thank you very much for this update because, of course, we can inform the listeners that also in the Netcliffe side, people are so these combined with the close to 60 that we have here on the studios. That's excellent. We certainly can continue to encourage listeners, and thank you very much, Dion, for this update.
You are welcome, and I may give you a one just before you end this evening again. Okay?
Excellent. Sounds good.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay. Thanks, and much appreciated. Of course, we encourage you to go online and do your contributions, donate to this cause, and this is going to continue. Of course, the website is always there for your contributions. Netclef.org and netclef.org. You can also reach us here with your donations. Off-air line is also going at 449-1095. 449-1095. That's the off-air line. Many of you have chosen this effort instead of calling online. That's fine. The important thing is to make your contribution in support of this no election, no reform move, this coalition that is building and growing as the days go on. As we go back to the telephones, good afternoon to you.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Fontaine. You on your panel.
Yes, good evening to you.
My name is Ursula Benjamin. I'm from Dalis, but live in the U.S.
Okay.
I'm contributing $100 through Francisca. I will send it to Francisca.
To Francisca,
and she'll drop
okay.
it in.
All right, excellent. All right, thank you very much. Ursula, sorry, we appreciate your support. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Have a great afternoon. Yes, it's 8 past the hour. We're into the final hour. So now is the time. If you're just coming home after a long day, want to know what's going on, we are the voices of the coalition of voices that is present here this afternoon as we continue to build a coalition against the non-reforms, against the lack of reforms. We encourage everyone to be a part. We encourage everyone to really, contribute towards this, so that we can do this. We can do this, and we really appreciate all of you for your support as we continue this afternoon. We are delighted with all of you that have contributed so far. But remember, in addition to contributing, you can also, volunteer and get those placards out. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon.
Gentlemen, good afternoon.
Yes.
Oh, let me just say a little thing before I stop on my contribution. We're not supposed to ask nothing to fix from this prime minister, illegal prime minister. No, not fix, but go out of office. That is what I am saying we need. Put him out of office. And Bosso, let me say to Bosso, you hear me?
Yes, he's
I'm
there.
there.
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay, ask Bosso for me.
I'm hearing you.
Okay, let me ask you, are you going to service tomorrow morning, Mr. Bosso?
I'm not sure yet, though.
Okay, well, all right. You're supposed to know the voice anyway, so I'll drop my contribution.
Okay. But if I come to service, you'll look out for me to Mass.
Huh?
If I come to Mass tomorrow, you will see me and you'll get to me there.
Oh, okay, all right.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Okay, my brother.
Yeah, sure. Good.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, caller. We appreciate this. Of course, 5:10. I'm counting on the time because we have just about 50 minutes left on the broadcast, and we're encouraging our listeners also to go, especially on the website Netcliffe, and make those contributions.
And people calling offline. Off air.
Yes, absolutely. Off air. We have others who've come into the studio to bring their monies in physically to show their support. Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Thomas Fontaine. Peter Carbon and family. We're going to pledge $500.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes,
Peter
that will be
Carbon.
made available to QFM office also?
Yes, QFM office.
Yes.
500.
Okay, good.
500, you said?
Yeah.
500 US
Yes,
dollars.
500. My wife brings in.
Yes.
Is it US, right?
Yes.
Yes. My wife
Okay.
brings in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot. Yes.
Okay.
All right, much appreciated. Thank you, thank
Yes,
you
great.
so much, and that's what we're talking about. We want to encourage you to continue to provide your support. Of course, if you want to do this via offline on WhatsApp, you can send it to 767 617 6482. That's 617 6482. That's another means of doing that as well, via WhatsApp. Okay, so we encourage you to continue providing that support to us here on the big station, and it continues tomorrow. If you don't have a chance tomorrow afternoon, you can continue here on the big station. And of course, during the week, you can always drop your contributions. But by all means, let us work together. Let us mobilize. Let us do what we have to do. Get the placards out, get the signs out, and do what is necessary in order to ensure that this particular reforms that we want is in fact had. Okay, let's go back to the telephone lines. Good afternoon to you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes.
Dr. Mountain.
Hi, how are you doing?
Yeah, that's Martin Lawrence. I'm afraid to say my name. I want to contribute $300.
$300. All right, thank you. Is that
US?
US 300 US? Okay, from Martin Charles.
I will call you and I will tell you when I say it Western Union.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay?
That's Martin.
Okay.
Martin Lawrence.
No, Martin. If
yeah, Martin Lawrence.
Yes.
No, Charles brother.
Yes, Martin. If you're going to send it via Western Union, put it on the name of Johnson Boston.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
all right.
Johnson Boston. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. We
I'll make all you know when I send it tomorrow.
tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay.
good, yes.
I'll
Wonderful.
get somebody some number and I'll call and thing it.
Well,
Yes.
well, if you need my number, my phone number is 276 0387.
Yes, so hold on, let me take a pen, let me write it down.
Yes.
All right, that's excellent. That's what we're talking about. We want you. I know a number of persons were going to wait for the last hour
Oh,
to make the
yes.
contributions.
So
But we're really thankful for all of that.
276 0387. 87. 87.
87.
And it's Johnson Boston, and you can Jim it.
Yes. Okay.
Johnson Boston, Jim it.
It's 71 is right? Yeah.
Yes, 716.
767.
767, yes. 1767, yes.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll call you as soon as I get it on. I'll call you and give you the information.
Oh, sure, yes, sure. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, and have a great day. But we have to try to save our country. We can't leave our country. I've been listening to you all the time, you know, boss, too.
Okay.
Since the Pestina was the freedom leader, I've been listening to all them things that going on.
Okay, good.
But
great.
you see, I had stopped calling because of the pressure people used to put on my family.
Okay.
So but I'm still there. I'm
Yes.
still strong with you
You're
all.
still standing. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, I will call you tomorrow. As soon as I do it, I will call you and make you know what's up.
Yeah, sure. Thanks a lot. Yes.
All right. Thank you. And have a great day.
You're welcome.
And you, doctor, too.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
And,
yeah. Right.
And he said he stopped calling because of the pressure that was being put on his family. But nobody should put pressure on anybody. You have a right to support who you want to support. You have a right to vote for who you want to vote. That's your choice in a democracy. And then no one should harass you, should intimidate you, and give you any pressure and so forth. And I think we need to go back to the days of politics where we disagree, we get sometimes heated in discussion, but we remain friends, and after election we come together to work for the good of the country. I just want to say, those of you on our various overseas group chat, you can pledge on my number. You can also pledge on Bernard Ito's number as well. I've got a few of my numbers.
That's right.
Yes.
Also online to the website that we've been given.
Yes.
But you're right, Mr. Boston. None of us should feel threatened to exercise our democratic rights to support whichever political party we want. That is the sort of thing that is becoming insanity in Dominica, where a person cannot support express support of their political views without threat of intimidation, threat of violence sometimes, and certainly threat of economic oblivion and social ostracization. So it is simply very, very difficult for us to understand how we have arrived at this point. How is it at this juncture, almost 50 years of independence, people are less free than they have ever been? And this is about freedom. Democracy is about freedom, and we are less free than we have ever been. And this cannot continue. And it's for these reasons that we say we can no longer tolerate this state of affairs. We have to make a change. We have to do something that transforms our country. And this is where we are. This is the moment in history. Every society, every nation has to face certain critical crisis points, crisis moments, when it gets to choose and when it has to decide who it is as a nation. And so this is our moment. This is the moment we have to choose who are we as a nation. What is our Dominican soul? Who shall we be? 100 years from now, when the history of Dominican is written, what will it say? What choices did we make? Which path did we take when we came to that fork in the road where we had to decide, are we hooligans or are we heroes? The fork in the road when we had to decide, are we citizens or are we those who exploit others? A fork in the road when we had to decide, will we be prosperous or will we continue to dwell in the basement? These are the sort of moments that the nation faces, crisis moments, when it has to decide its identity. Just as we as individuals, we arrive at certain moments in our lives when we have to decide who we are and what we are about and what we're trying to accomplish in life and who we are to become and the legacy that we are to live. And so this is about the legacy that Dominica is trying to leave, the legacy that Dominica is trying to establish, but who we are. At the end of this 50-year cycle, who shall we be? We have only a few years left to define ourselves as the sort of people that I know we are: authentic, jovial, community-oriented, intelligent, oriented towards working hard and making something of our country. This is the people that we are, and we can make this country into something is phenomenal. We can make this country into something outstanding. We only have 67,000 people to cater for. We only have 20,000 jobs to create or so. We can do this. This is not a complex, overly complex operation. But in order to do so, we must have the best people in place. We must have the right values in place. We must have selfless people who are determined to do this thing, not for self, but for country. We need people who have established and demonstrated their capability to move this country forward.
All right, thanks indeed. Let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you.
Yes, good afternoon to you too, Dr. Fountain and your guests in studio. Good afternoon to all the hardworking men and women of Dominica. You know, my brother, I really want to thank you all for coming out there to be a strength to the strengthless. But you know, Dr. Fountain, the word on the streets of Dominica right now should be, give me liberty or give me death. It's time to put an end to the status quo. The people of Dominica cannot allow this guy to rule Dominica for not even another month. We should put an end to that right now. And whatever it takes, my brother, for we the people of Dominica to get Roosevelt carried out, we have to do it. He gave us our country in our hand now. We cannot allow him to go back and sit there on December 6th. Again, Dominicans, the word on the ground should be, give me liberty now or give me death. Point blank. Stay blessed and nothing less.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, caller. Indeed, there's a need to stand up, stand strong, and do what we have to do. Let me just say again a very special good afternoon. We have scores of persons who've been with us, keeping us company online all afternoon long, listening in and across the globe, in the United States of America, in Europe and elsewhere. And we really want to thank all of you for joining the struggle. And in Dominica, we want to encourage you as well, you know, make those signs, put it out in your backyard, on your front porch, in your yard. No elections, no reform. Remind this government of the need to enact reforms, because without a level playing field, it makes a mockery of our democratic processes, and we need that. We certainly need that. Remember as well to join the effort there this coming Thursday at 3 o'clock, 3 in the afternoon. You want to come out in your numbers. You want to come out in support there of the many persons that will be doing this. And of course, on a Wednesday morning, you want to join the marches around Roseau as well. Make sure to join the marches as you be walk for electoral reform. And we do what is necessary, Bernard, because, you know, we certainly cannot just allow this to continue. And it's good that the people of Dominica are standing up. It's good that the people of Dominica are looking forward to standing firm. Somebody is saying that history will record what happened in 2022 and what the Dominicans do to uphold its democratic and patriotic heritage. And that's a very good question that's raised. You want to make sure at the end of the day that we're on the right side of history, that it will be shown that we did not simply do nothing, but that we worked hard to make sure that something was done. And that, I think, is important. So we need to stand up, put up the signs across Dominica, across the island, do all of that, do what is necessary to ensure that we have these reforms that we speak about and that we have a level playing field. We do not want a situation in Dominica where we have a dictator. Neither do we want a one-party state. We want a country that can change governments as freely as they want, as many times as they wish, through an elected process, a process that is free, that is fair, that is not encumbered by what we are seeing those days. All right. So we want to encourage you to continue to throw in your support, do what you have to do, and ensure that we can really move forward here in Dominica. And just to remind our listeners, Bernard, that what we are talking about is a coalition of different parties, the opposition parties, United Workers' Party, the Dominica Freedom Party. We also have focus groups like Moon Servier,
Civic Vibes,
NJAM, the Workers
CCM.
Group, CCM, different organizations, and we're expanding that.
That's just the
discussions will be held next week with different groups to join
trade
that
unions,
effort.
religious groups, and so forth.
Absolutely. We go back to the telephones. Good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Thompson. It's Dion again. How are you?
Yes, Dion, I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Good. I promised to call you back. I
Yes.
did some tallying of some of the receipts that I am getting in the email.
Okay.
And it looked like so far we have about $2,130 US.
Okay.
Which roughly comes about to about 5,751 EC dollars.
Okay.
That is excluding the amount of texts that I'm receiving that persons are telling me that they are sending directly to Dominica, right?
Yes.
And bringing in directly to the studio as well.
Correct, Bernard. Correct. So I just wanted to let you know what is coming in my way, what I tallied, and just to give an update so the public can know that this no election, no reform campaign, this united front, is making progress, and just keeping you updated, okay?
All right. Appreciate this, Dion. Thank you. Hardworking Dion George there out of Georgia.
Thanks a lot, Dion.
We appreciate this. And of course,
not only making progress, but we hope picking up steam. This is the beginnings of a snowball, we hope.
In fact, it's a good thing I gave my number to the guy who's going to said he's going to send on 9 at Western Union.
Right.
So since then, you saw I have been moving up and down to take up calls.
Yes.
So people have called me on my phone
to
pledge 100 US, 300 US, and so forth. So we want to thank those of you who called my phone to do that. So guy told me, well, he wanted to have called, but didn't want to go on air. But when I gave my number, he used it immediately and called.
Yes. And there are many people like that, and we respect that. Not everyone wants to be on air, needs to be on air. But we do need your contributions. We do need your support. We do need your financial support. Your emotional support. We need your social support. When we call on you to walk, we want you to walk along with us, because this is a civil rights issue. And we really need to think about it and approach it as Dominica's civil rights movement. We had need to do that in the late 70s, and we did that successfully as a people, as a nation, and we were able to reset the clock in Dominica. We were able to get good governance in Dominica for decades, and we were able to take the country in a direction of prosperity, respect, opportunity for all, not simply one political party. We were able to do that in that time, and that is what we need to do again. This is a period of recovery. This is a period of renaissance. This is a period of renewal, and this is what this is all about. And we, as a collective, as a united front of a coalition of the willing and the able and the ethical and the right and the just and the good, we need to establish those values again in Dominica. And that's what we represent, not political parties, but values that can rescue our nation, that can put our nation instead to leave a good legacy, to join the community of nations as a respectable nation. And that is what we are after and what we're pursuing vigorously.
Yes, what we had before Mr. Skerrit became Prime Minister was a situation where our Prime Minister, whether it's Freedom, Labour before, and UWP, where the opposition leader and the Prime Minister would meet from time to time to discuss the nation's business.
Yes.
Because the role or the office of the leader of the opposition is in our constitution. It makes provision for a leader of the opposition, and it makes provision for prime minister and make provision for president. That's why you see after every election, the first person that will be appointed, that will be, take his oath is the prime minister, the person that the 11 members would support to be prime minister. The president would appoint that person as prime minister, and then the leader of the opposition, because you need to have this checks and balance in place right away. Yes. And in some
symbolic
cases,
importance
right,
of that.
and
Yes.
the what you call the attorney general, because the attorney general, in our case here, since this guy is attorney general, Levi Peter, he thinks he's attorney general to the Labour Party.
But he's not.
Or attorney general is the people's attorney general.
People's attorney general.
So his role,
Represent the people.
and so that the role of attorney general, a Westminster system of government that we operate, is to protect the people from the excessive of government.
Yes.
Because government can be excessive. There are crazy ministers and crazy members of parliament. Yes. When I say crazy, I don't mean mad. I mean crazy to do foolish things.
Foolish things.
And therefore, the
illogical things.
Right. The attorney general duty is to ensure that, because the attorney general can request the commissioner of police to arrest the minister.
Absolutely, as he well should.
Yes, he well should, if
it's necessary.
It's necessary, right, and so forth. So we had that before. So there was a symbol of unity among us as a people. We contest the election. Who win, who lost, and we organize ourselves for governance in the interest of the country. So the young people can see an example of us. Now, as I say, young people, those young people who are named as candidates for the Labour Party, I should say they are good young people who has a future, who has a lot of potential. But to me, you do not get yourself involved in what you call a children merely kind of business. You bring these people there, and they get exposure and training. Yeah. Now I'm hearing coming, because I couldn't imagine that Portsmouth is a seat that is safe for Labour. Ian is not a sick man. Ian is still young, right, and he's been removed. Now, I was speaking to one of their key people, and I said, but what is the rationale? Mm-hmm. He was telling me that Skerrit have a deal now with Austria, that Austria will be a transition to being president of Dominica, to being a president of Dominica when Savre goes next year.
Right.
So Austria will hold that transition as Skerrit prepare to wanting to change the constitution from a ceremonial to executive president.
When he can slide into that position.
Then they're offering Ian to go to New York, to go to
be some
the
ambassador.
the UN
Yes,
in New York.
UN ambassador.
This is why he's on platform, even when he was kicked aside, to say that Skerrit is a genius.
Yes.
A man is taking you out of a ministerial post.
Right. And you're praising him as a genius.
Genius. Because why? They have their business fixed up. So this is not about the country, it's about them.
It's about the club.
About them. And I think Dominicans cannot, for the life of me, to sit there and decide that we hate some people so much, some people so much that we will cut our nose, they say,
Right.
to spice our face,
yes.
and our faces and so on. And we cannot sit there, those of us who are loyal, who understand what the government should do in the country, and just say nothing, because as far as we're concerned, we go along. It means that you live on an estate,
right?
You are not free,
right?
Your mentality is kidnapped,
yeah.
and
the,
so
the
forth.
man in the big house,
yes, and
reaps all the benefits.
And what Skyward has done cleverly and wickedly for the country is to bring. I mean, look at it. Dominica hardly have a middle class, you know.
No. It's shrunk over time.
And it's disappearing.
It's disappeared almost to non-existence.
Disappearing into existence and so forth. And unless you can build that, it means that your country is going nowhere. And the lady called early on, the one who said she's hurting, and she talked about the young people. It's because of young people on the road.
Yes.
Are not engaged, are not doing anything, are not even in a training program. They are to say, okay, I'm not working now, but I'm being trained for a job.
For something, a future,
possibility. They're just on the road, and you see young men and young talent being wasted. And we here as a country, and as far as we're concerned, it doesn't matter. It matters.
It matters to us, the good guys.
And it matters
but it matters not to those guys.
Those guys. So and it matters to the people of Dominica. That's what we're saying to you.
People.
Forget your liberite, forget your freedomite, forget your UWPite, forget your anyite. And remember, you're a citizen of the country of Dominica.
Dominicanite.
And join this effort. So we want volunteers to join our effort to ensure we can expand this thing to a level where the Prime Minister and his government will understand we can take it no more. In other words, somebody hit you until one thing just when you can't take anymore.
Yes.
And you have to release
you have
yourself.
to stand up and you have to take them out.
To me, I see a call is coming.
All right. Well, let's take this call. Good afternoon, caller.
Yes, good evening or good afternoon again.
Yes.
That's the second time I'm calling your program. I pledged already, but I heard Mr. Boston spoke about young people getting work and young people who doing work and so. But I have been passing under the cliff at with driving, and many a times I've seen no less than 5 young men looking like they're under NEP, swiping and cleaning grass and so on. And it hurts me, it itches me in places that I cannot even scratch. Because when I was about 17 and something or 18 years old, I was sent to public works garage. And then I started learning to do welding, and right now I'm a good enough welder. And I'm wondering why the NEP program cannot place these gentlemen. Some may not want to do welding, none may not want to do welding, do plumbing, electrician, and different things, and it is really, really hurt when I see people on the road, the older people in their 60s and so on, I don't worry too much about it, but young men, young children, young girls, doing that NEP thing forever. They raise it up to $500 for next year again, I guess, it's because of election, but it is really a retrogressive move to have your young people on the road sweeping grass and cutting grass as a job. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it shows again that this government is not interested in developing the human capital of its citizens. This government does not believe in the human capital of its citizens. It views it as a threat.
Yes, let's go back to the telephones. Good afternoon. All right, let's take this again. Good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Thompson. How you doing?
All right, doing well.
This is Emmanuel, president of CCM.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
How are you guys doing?
All right, doing well.
Good.
All right, I'm calling to solidify with the mission of what's going on there today at studio with the group. And CCM is always willing to contribute to such a need, really, to respond to stop what we call stop the steal.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So here, what we do in CCM, we're going to be pledging $300.
Awesome.
Awesome. All right. We'll be pledging $300. I'm in studio on Monday. That could be picked up there.
Okay then.
All right.
Excellent.
All right.
Excellent.
And again, we are in full solidarity with the action that's going on right now.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent.
Or
All right, cool.
Zai, you could also give to them downstairs in the office downstairs.
Yes, I'll leave it downstairs in the office. I'll be in studio from 8 o'clock to 11 o'clock. And from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock on Talk on the Block.
Yeah, you're holding the seat hot.
Well, we have to ionize it, not just hot, It has to be ionized. At this point.
Yes, right.
All right.
From every angle.
Thank
From
you
every
very
angle, we're
much,
coming
Zai.
at them.
All right then. Okay, good. Bye bye.
Yes, bye bye.
All right, thank you very much. And again, to our listeners there on the radio, we have this. We encourage you to make your contributions. The website is NIDCLIF, NIDCLF.org, and donations should continue even well past when we cut off here at 6 o'clock. We should encourage you to continue to make your contributions.
And we should tell people, make yourself available. Volunteer. We need support. We need volunteers. We need people to be involved. Yes, to be involved. And as Dr. Fontaine said, do your posters. Use cardboard and put your word there. No reform, no election. So we're saying, you promise reform, you refuse to give the reform. It is almost ready, just a couple months for it to be ready. And you have 2.5 years plus for election, and you could not wait. Why you cannot wait, and so forth. And you're on stage as a human. One expects you to have a Christian conscience, a Christian upbringing, and you're on platform celebrating, you cut them with their pants down. That's how you run a country? You want to cut people with their pants down?
Well, who's caught with their pants down?
Is the country?
Is the country? It's the people. It's the young people that we're talking about. They don't even have the pants to put on because there is no future. Fundamentally, no real economic thing. They may have a few nice clothes, but when you look at their future in terms of what they have to build and to become somebody in this world, they are the ones who have been caught naked. All the hardworking farmers, all the people on the East Coast who were expecting to hear from their prime minister some words of solace and some words of understanding and some words of assistance on the way, they are the ones who have been caught naked, and that is unacceptable in our country.
Hello, good afternoon. Hello, good afternoon. Hello. Caller. Well, please call back. We saw you calling.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes.
Can you hear me clearly?
I'm hearing you loud and clear.
All right, greetings. I want to it brings a joy to my heart to see the response of the people. I want to just highlight people towards what is happening out here in terms of buses that we've been getting commitments from diasporans to sponsor buses in these villages. We're approaching like about 10 commitments so far. So the people are ready, and I want to call on the others who are listening out there in your little cliques out in the diaspora, your villages, your connections, your people. Touch base with them, find out. It doesn't take that much to sponsor a bus with foreign currency.
That's right.
Let's make this thing happen.
Yes.
People want to come to these things, and they need,
Yes. Now you call it so Zai. I'm not Zai. Said. You call it. What you're saying is each of us help the process. So in your own
each of us have to lead in this one. Each of us have to lead. We cannot wait and say this other one. Each of us, wherever we are, we have to lead in this process. Put little chats together. Doesn't take much to make $200 to sponsor a bus in your village. That we have to do.
Yeah, sure.
The people don't want to come, but they're broke. It's rough in Dominica. We got to provide them transportation as best we can.
Yes.
Peace and blessings.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, God bless.
God bless you as well. So we're here, and it's 5:40, so we have just about 10 minutes.
Well, I guess
20 minutes, yes. Yeah. So you still have some time to pledge. And as we said to you, when we end here at 6 o'clock, continue. You could call Dr. Fontaine number. You could call my number. You could call Bernard Ito number, or any member of the coalition. You can call the number and make a pledge. And you can also come here during the week and pledge here at Q, and not pledge and make a contribution here at Q. We'll appreciate that, because the monies we are raising is to do the work of mobilization and education around the country. And on Thursday, the 17th of November, we're having this mass meeting at the Bayfront. We have written to the police for permission, and
That has been done.
that has been done, and we are saying to the police, we are in a campaign, like the other side, but
It's a campaign event.
It's a campaign event, and therefore we hope they move speedily for us to have that thing organized. So we say to you, Roseau Central, Roseau North, Roseau South, Roseau Valley, Salisbury, Marigot, La Plaine, wherever you are, Maho, St. Joseph, Collyho, Salisbury. I call Salisbury twice.
So they have to come out
They
now.
have to come out. Yes,
Yes.
I call them twice. and Castle
All
Rose,
over the
Castle
country.
Rose, all over the
Every-
country.
every-
Yeah,
Portsmouth.
every single place around Dominica.
Yes, let's come
You
out.
should come out.
Come
Yes.
Come out in our numbers.
And
Let us
you-
show that we are fighting for the heart of the country.
Country,
This,
and-
this is existential threat.
And you too, in your community, in your village, you have to do what is necessary to be done there, to mobilize, to organize, to bring people out, and as well to use your local materials for posters. And we mentioned white T-shirt. Anybody who out there who has the resources and can provide, we need almost 10,000 plus white T-shirts and so forth to have that impact.
Mhm.
So you in the diaspora, wherever you are, you're hearing, call us. We will give you the design we need to print on those T-shirts, and if that can be worked out and sent to us, it helps the movement to multiply. Because what we want to start a movement now to tell the government, yes, you may have your supporters. We have no issue with your supporters, but there are other Dominicans who may even have voted for you before, who would not sit by and allow our country to be destroyed. Because what you did is an abuse of power. And if we allow that to go, then you will then believe you have the right to strip us naked. And we can't stand for that.
Yeah, it's simply that we can't allow this abuse to continue. I mean, Roosevelt Skerritt fully believes that he can, in fact, do whatever he wishes. He believes he has convinced himself that all the abuses he has executed over time has convinced him that he's invincible, that he can do whatever he wishes. And we need to say, as Dominicans, there is a time that comes when we say to Roosevelt Skerritt, you are one man. One man. If all people of conscience were to listen, if all those who support him, if all those who execute his actions were to listen to us, he would be tomorrow rendered ineffective and irrelevant. One man has no real power in a society of thousands of human beings. But we simply need to convince the others who support him to abandon him.
Yes, indeed. And we are quickly running out of time. So we'd very like to encourage those of you that have been holding back all afternoon long. Now is the chance to do it. You have about 15 minutes. So we'd like to end this session strong. We'd like to end as strongly as we started. And of course, I really want to say a big thank you to the many persons those who walked to the studio in particular, to hand in their donations. Says, yeah, we are supporting this effort. We are part of this.
They brought with joy in their
With joy,
attitude.
yes, absolutely.
In fact, dancing. Some were dancing and prancing.
Yes,
the movement for liberation is at hand.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we really want to thank you for that. And those, on Nitclef, you can still do your contributions even after we've gone. And also remember, tomorrow, a program continues on Q95, actually, from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock. No election, no reform. That will be continuing for the next few weeks. So you want to, again, support, you can continue your pledges of support there as well. What we're trying to do is to build that momentum, mobilize the people, the resources, whatever it is that you've contributed today. Every single center that is going to go towards the mobilization effort is going to go towards ensuring that people get to the rallies, get to the meetings, that the placards, the posters are printed, the advertisements are made. It will go into promotions, So these are the kind of things that your dollars will be used for. So every cent that you give, we can guarantee you that it will be used wisely. It will be used just for the reason that we indicated, which is to promote democracy in Dominica, to continue to push hard for electoral reform. So those of you that are still out there, we're encouraging you to pick up the phone and call. Let me give you the numbers again. Local numbers, 449-3095, 449-3096, 3097. And if you're calling from Digicel, 616-4257. And of course, the overseas line, 305-432-9624. And if you just want to call off air, 449-1095, as well as if you would like to just send a WhatsApp with your contribution, you can do so at in the WhatsApp at 617-6482. And let me just say, we are getting, actually, there's a contribution that just came in via WhatsApp that we would like to tell you about. Yes, so we need to get that. Let's see. All right. Yes, there's $100 pledging of $100 from a gentleman there via WhatsApp. He did not leave his name, but I have his number, so we can certainly contact him. $100 contribution coming in there to us. Someone was asking about the location of the event on Thursday. That is taking place on the Bayfront. And yes, so we continue. Oh yes, there was one other contribution that came in there. In fact, it's for $405 EC dollars. 405. So that's a conversion from US, and that's coming from Marina, sending $405 EC dollars for the cause via Western Union.
Very good.
All
Very
right.
good.
So we are really thankful for all of those contributions. And of course, as I said, let us finish the day strong. And for those, we have some individuals, Catherine, John, and others, who've been on there for the entire afternoon, encouraging people to support, encouraging others. And that's what we're talking about. Volunteers to the cause, those who can encourage persons to either contribute financially or just contribute by encouraging someone else. Even if you're overseas, you can call your family member and say, hey, put on your white jersey on Thursday and go out there on the boardwalk, do those kind of things. So that's what we would like to encourage our people to do. And, whatever way you can contribute, whatever way you can volunteer in your own way, in the village, put up a sign next, in your backyard, show that you are standing up for democracy in Dominica. No reform, no election. Let us continue to press that.
And what is nice about this, Thompson and Bernard, this is a people's movement. Some people have to lead it, and there has to be, organizational arrangements,
Some coordination, yes.
and coordination for it to be implemented nicely,
Right.
and effectively. But it is a people's movement,
Right.
And the fact that you pledge, whatever amount, is showing that you have taken a stake in what is happening in your country,
Right.
and you want the good things to happen.
Right.
And I made the point earlier on, we have been for a long time asking the government to mend its ways, and probably the guy took me wrong. I didn't say now.
Right.
We reach a point where they have, after 20 plus years, they have not shown us that they have the capability to do differently.
Or the will,
Or
the
will, or
values.
the interest.
Yes.
Because the thing is, it's about them. You know what a guy told me today? He said, boss, you know something? When arrogance and wickedness come together, it's very dangerous.
Potent combination.
And
Poisonous.
unless the good can stand up in a united effort to stop that, it's just a disaster that we go into a human disaster.
Yes.
That is
yes.
That is going on.
And that's the toxic combination we have at the top of our country. Extreme arrogance, extreme hubris, combined with greed, and a certain, as you said, a certain wickedness, a certain ruthlessness.
Okay,
When you combine that, it's a very toxic combination.
Yes, I just got in the call there. Someone is asking to repeat the numbers again. So let's do that. The overseas line, 305-432-9624. Let me say it again. It's 305-432-9624. We have a caller.
Yes, we have a caller. Yeah. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'd like to pay $100.
$100. Can you please give us your name?
I think I recognize. I recognize the voice.
No name.
I'll give it to Hector.
You'll get to. Oh, fantastic!
okay.
Yes.
All right. We'll take the money, name or not.
Thank you for your pledge, and we appreciate that very much.
Thank you so much.
Good. Yes.
All right, we're getting a pledge online as well, and thank you very much. Let's see, do you want your name mentioned? All right, it says no name necessary, but of course it's $100 pledge coming in there.
Very nice, very nice.
From the Maryland, Virginia area out of the United States.
right.
Thank you very much for your
Maryland,
support.
Virginia area. That's a hot, nice area for Dominicans. Many Dominicans out there, and we appreciate the support.
Yes, we have another call on the line. Hello, good afternoon.
Bosso, good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. Dr. Fontaine.
Yes, good evening.
And who else is there with you?
Donald Ito.
Dr. Ito. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Very good to have you on. Go right ahead.
On behalf of a friend in New York, I want to pledge $405 EC dollars.
Oh, awesome. Excellent.
And then myself, I want to pledge $200 tomorrow. I'm going to get it on Monday as soon as I get the money from Western Union, and I bring both contribution on Monday, God's willing.
You'll bring it to Q?
Who we have to take it to?
You can take it to the Q office and
295 office.
And just tell them it's for the pledge for the United Efforts activities.
Okay.
Yes. Because,
Bosso.
All right.
Thank you
very
very
good.
much.
Very good. That's a nice push towards the end there. We appreciate it.
We have you covered.
All right, and yes, it's good. As I said, I hope we can end strong this afternoon, and to many listeners. Yes, indeed. So just keep the pledges going. As you heard earlier from Dion.
As we spoke about, no, just for as we end and we're waiting for a few calls to come quickly to bring. Just think a bit of if Sovereign, the president, was in the politics. And a government had done that.
Right.
What
is his reaction?
What would be his reaction?
Yes.
Just think of that for a bit.
Yes. Especially the sovereign of the 80s, early 80s, and the 70s and the 70s and the 80s.
Who would not work? Where would not work?
Who would shut down the government?
And all of that. Yes. So listeners, just think of that. And we see what is happening, because one may say today is this people's turn. But when your turn will come if you don't stand up and do something. And we're saying to you, the number of persons who pledge, and you don't have to have a big amount to pledge. Whatever you pledge, we'll welcome it.
It adds up.
Because I was listening to a song which I wanted to have played here from Kassav. C'est Gwen Diwi qui a pris sac.
Exactly.
T Gwen Yes, indeed. And indeed, every single cent counts. And that's why I want to thank everyone, those who contributed, the hundreds, the $50, the 300, the 500s, that's what it's all about. It's about your ability. Absolutely. It's about the ability to contribute and then to show your support. Every little bit counts.
But you know what is nice about that, It's not only the money, it's the commitment to the effort.
Yes. Especially in these difficult economic times.
The commitment to the effort.
To give monies out of the tight situation in Dominica. You're absolutely right, Mr. Boston. The effort.
Yes. Let's take
commitment.
This overseas call. Hello, good evening.
Hey, Bosso, what's up, man? How you doing?
We're doing fine.
Good. Dr. Fontaine, Thompson, and Bernard.
Hey, what's up?
I just want to end, join with a strong pledge in the end, and I'm pledging $500 EC dollars. I'll check with you, Bosso. I'll take care of that.
Right.
Here we go. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
We know the voice very well. So
we know the voice.
We have you covered.
Yes.
Yeah, it's 6. What's time is it now? Just about 5 minutes going up before the hour of 6 o'clock.
So
we make our exit at 6. But we want to encourage you. We still have 5 minutes, to put in that call, put in that, that WhatsApp at 767-617-642. Let us get all of the support that we can. Let us start the week, in fact. Back to the telephones.
Hello. Good
Hello,
afternoon.
good evening.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
Good, and you?
Fine.
Yes. How are you? Mm-hmm.
Mr. Fontaine, how are you?
Yes, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hello?
You're coming in and out, so you're there?
Contributing $100.
You heard what she said, Thompson? You wasn't too clear, so can you please repeat that?
Hello, caller?
Yes.
Yes. What's your name?
Yes, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
You know my name. I'm contributing $100.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So Dr. Fountain, know your name.
All right. She says I know the name.
Just give us the number, though. He may not know your number, so we'll take your number.
Or what you could do, though, if you're in town, just take it to Q. Or if you see Dr. Fountain, just say, here you are. Thank you
Yes,
very much.
come into the office.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes.
All right, we have another pledge coming in there. The person asked me to text them so they can send in the pledge. So let's see what is coming through. All right. Yeah, it's been quite an afternoon, Bosso. I think it's part of the effort. That's the kind of sacrifice, sacrificial giving even. That's the kind of sacrifice and commitment that must be shown to this cause. It will not be an easy journey at all, but it's one which we should all shoulder responsibly. We should all fight diligently and continue to push. It's important for Dominica, and I tell you, the world will stand with us if we continue to ask for the right thing. The world will stand with us, and there's absolutely no doubt about it.
Overseas line, good evening. Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Yes, sure.
Am I online?
You're live.
You're
loud
live.
and clear.
You're
Loud
live.
and clear.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so I'm calling from Texas. I don't really want to give my name, and I don't think you guys should really ask people to give their names. Let them just say it out loud. But what I really want to know is what exactly you guys gonna do with the contribution, and then do you guys have like a Facebook page after you receive the donations, saying what was done and give like a tally?
Yeah, we'll give a report.
Yes, caller. We definitely plan to do that. And in addition to that, the pledges that we're taking today is for the activities that are planned for that, including the rally. So, for example, the payment of buses into town. It will also cover the payment of posters
systems and so forth.
and PA systems. It will also cover.
Right.
All right, thank you. Sorry, I've got to be distracted. Someone just dropped $150 on our lap right there in the office. So we want to thank you for that. Yes, so stuff like that, for the announcements, for example, to publicize the activities that are coming. Okay. All of that will be done. Yes.
Because we have to.
All right. Well, I'll make a contribution, maybe like $200 US that I'm on the road driving, but I'll definitely stand up for the cause and make my contribution when I get home.
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So what you can do, you can do it on the website NIDCLF, NIDCLF.org.
Yes, I'm familiar with the website. Yes.
Excellent. All right.
Excellent. We appreciate you. You're taking
Keep
us
the
over
fight,
the edge.
keep the fight, and keep it going.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
All right.
Because these things really are.
Have a good evening.
Thank you, Chola.
Yes. Well, Dr. Funkel, as you said, these things are expensive. We also have to pay for announcements.
Yes.
Because on the radio, we have to pay.
Yes.
If we have to get to carry it live via radio, we have to pay for that as well.
Absolutely.
So it costs some money, really.
Yes.
And since
It really is a campaign.
Since it is a people's fight, I mean, the burden should not be on those of us who are in the front to foot the bill. And we'll make our own contribution,
Of course.
in person and with whatever resources we're able to put in. But we need that kind of drive to give us the kind of boost to end up in a serious, positive, well-organized delivery or deliverance of our people of Dominica.
Yes, and as you said earlier, and as we've said, not only is it a financial contribution, but it's an emotional contribution.
Yes.
It shows just how dedicated the people are, that even in these difficult, tight times, the money is so tight in Dominica, they are willing to say this is important enough that we need change. We pledge to the cause to start this movement, to start this campaign, to start this snowball moving. And this is not the end. This is not even the beginning of the end. This is maybe the end of the beginning, as I said in other forums, where we now we end the beginning. Now we begin. And now we move forward towards liberation and establishing a new playing field. We're looking for a new day in Dominica, and it starts with this announcement by this Prime Minister.
All right, and also we are just Augustus is telling us that of the donation of $100 to the Nitclef website. So even as we end, the donations are coming in.
Pouring in.
All right, yeah. So these are some of the donations that we have, but so we have not been able to tally or calculate all of the donations. But I can tell you from just a quick look, it is well over locally here. It's well over 5,000 EC dollars, and
online,
online. So we are talking about we should be in the region of around 10, 11, $12,000, over $10,000,
which is a good start.
Which is a good start. It's good, and we want to encourage and thank everybody as well for their support. We will make all of that available, of course. The amounts collected, we'll do the tally, and we'll certainly be as transparent as possible. It's your money. We want you to know exactly how we are going to be spending this and what we receive from you.
In fact, while you're talking, Dr. Fountain and Bernard and the callers, what comes to my mind, come be forward, sons and daughters.
Right.
That's national anthem.
Absolutely.
Come be forward, sons and daughters.
Now we must make that verse be true.
Be true.
And that is what it's all about.
I saw somebody was singing the national anthem in some political meeting, and they say
butchered it.
Totally hats and hands and Fountain.
And Fountain. So they were actually referring to Dr. Fountain.
Yeah.
No, I saw several memes on that on social media. People are saying they need to toil with hats and hands and Fountain. Someone said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, I was just toiling with my hats and hands."
But I think we had a happy afternoon. We came in here, put the effort, put the time, and so forth, because we believe this is important for the good of the country. And at the end of it, we want to set in Dominica a new beginning.
Yes.
A fresh beginning where people, whether you are government of the UWP or the Freedom Party or the Labour Party, if you're messing about, we need to be bold and tell you're messing about. And we need to have the necessary electoral reform that will take us to the polls in a level playing field to exercise our franchise and to decide who governs our country. So these old days that we have been living in for the last 20 plus years cannot stand anymore. It reached a point where that just cannot stand. In this kind of old thing that keeping you down, keeping the country down, and on lies and lies upon lies, and tricks upon tricks,
layers upon layers. And now those layers are falling in on themselves.
Yes,
the structure can't bear it anymore, and it's now crashing in on itself.
We have a call coming here.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Thank you, caller. Good evening.
Yes, boss. I've already made my pledge, but listening to you there, I'm reflecting of how far back you have gone, boss. And what is the Morgan said there's a here for people like you. No, boss, so nobody not going nowhere up there to get their place. You get in our place right down
here.
There.
Yes.
So, boss, so there's a place down here for people like you. And after you have made this transition, there will still be a place for you. But it's down here, we're receiving it. Nobody not going to heaven. Don't let nobody fool you, boss. Don't let nobody fool you. Nobody going to heaven. But boss, I admire you for standing up. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
All right, thank you. I think that's it. We've come to the end. We've come to the end of a very fruitful afternoon, and we certainly would like to thank all of you. Bernard, the final words.
Sure. Well, I think we've said it. We are on a path to redemption. I think we are on the path to salvation. We're on the path to rescuing the soul of Dominica. We recognize that this is a fight not just for electoral reform, but a reform of our country, a rethinking, a reimagination of our country. And this is where we are. I view it, frankly, as a happy moment. I mean, what this Prime Minister did here by announcing these elections, these pernicious elections, is a draconian act, and it is an abusive act. But I think even in that abuse, even in this draconian moment, I think we can find joy, because finally we can coalesce together as a unified opposition as unified Dominicans, even beyond that, to say it's a time of liberation. It's a time to reset the clock, to clear the fields, to allow this old structure to collapse, and for a new phoenix to arise from the ashes of this abuse. And this is where we are. It's a happy moment. It's a joyous moment, but we must unite and we must do the things we need to do to make that joy become a reality.
All right, indeed. And also, few final words as we close up here.
Well, I want to thank you, Thompson and Bernard, and of course we had Paul Barron earlier on, who had what we call the youth voice in it. I mean, I'm the older man in the room. But I guess we are doing something that is good, and I feel good about what we're doing. My heart is in order, so to speak, and I'm happy, and I'm just appealing to Dominicans. Let us make this work for our country and for our people. We're not making it work for parties. We're making it work for our country and its citizens at home and abroad. So we want, as I said earlier on, a new day. And God has given us the opportunity to do that. Skerrit has tried his utmost to deny us from doing what is right in our country, but we want to do what is right.
Yes, and we will. And a very big thank you to all of you online, all of you that stayed with us. Most of you kept us company throughout the afternoon, and we're really thankful for that. Those of you listening via radio across Dominica and overseas, thank you as well. Thanks, Bosso. Thanks, Bernard. Also, thanks to Paul Frampton, and also earlier
Paul Barron.
Paul Barron. I said Francie Frampton. Paul Barron, and also earlier we had the help of two beautiful people from the Kalinago territory.
Yeah, fantastic.
You know, and so we want to thank them for that as well, and for those who called with the contributions, those who called to commit their resources, their hard-earned resources. One individual said he was going to work tomorrow just to make that contribution. That's the kind of sacrifice that makes you believe that this struggle is real, and that we have to continue to put our all into it. And so we continue to do what we must. We are standing up for democracy, and we thank you all for standing up with us for democracy. My name is Thompson Fontaine. Actually, I'll be back on your radio tomorrow morning with my program of Lifeline. That starts at 10 o'clock. And then at 3 o'clock tomorrow, more on electoral reform. That will be happening from 3 to 6 tomorrow. So more opportunities to learn. And of course, the pledging continues all through Nitcliff. You can do it, drop it off at the station here, and let us work together to make sure. And above all, see you on Thursday. Come out in your numbers on Thursday at 3 o'clock and be a part of what is happening. Be a part for standing up for justice, standing up for electoral reform here in Dominica. So from all of us, from the Electoral Coalition, Electoral Reform Coalition, thank you so much, and have a great Saturday night. Thank you, and bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Using your position to keep another person down, or victimizing your fellow man just to please a politician. When you steal in your neighbor's things, you don't plant it, but you harvest it. You wondering how come you're stuck. It's karma and not bad luck. When you maintain in your position by supporting what is wrong, you will make money, yes, you will profit. But in the end, you can't go with it. Can't go with it. Now you wondering, was it all worth it? So when you're doing evil things, karma coming. And you thinking you escaping, karma coming. You win your case with the best lawyer, karma coming. No, for sure, it is not over, karma coming. Hey! Karma comes to kings, even the lowest of men. It's a natural justice thing. No one is exempt. So when a police officer brutalizing a protester, the day take off that uniform that protected him, guess what? Karma coming. this evil going round. Life holds one consolation. No one gets away with wrong. Nothing new under the sun. Men who chase after power and wealth, who think they're gods unto themselves, when even the biggest of fools know that in this life, empty you come. You stay for a while and you better do what's right, cause you know it's empty you'll go. So tell the cops and the police, come in. Those who dispense selected justice, come in. Tell the bias president, one day soon he stood with them, come in.